good morning. How are you? Yes.
So
Good to
happy
see you.
to see you.
Yeah, I'm back. Hello, good morning, everyone. Good morning. If you could take your seats as quickly as possible. I just wanted to say good morning to everyone who's joining us online. We're going to be starting in a little under 5 minutes. So if you are with us online, you've got time very quickly to get a cup of coffee, and we'll be starting in just under 5 minutes. Those in the room, if you could take your seats for me, and we'll be starting shortly. Thank you. Hello, good morning, welcome to you all. How lovely to see you here. And welcome to the 3rd edition of Mission Soil Week. It's great to have you here, whether you're joining us here in the room, or indeed if you're joining us online. And I know we have a huge online audience with us today. So thank you for making the time, for making us part of your day, wherever you are joining us from today, and indeed here in the room. It's so good to see you. This event is organised by the Danish Ministry of Green Transition, Aarhus University, and the European Commission's Directorate-General for Agriculture and Rural Development, all under the auspices of the Danish Presidency of the Council of the EU. My name is Sasha Twining. I'm here to help guide you through. My job is to ensure that you get everything you need out of your time here and your time together. This is an incredible community. It spans the entire sector, the entire industry, the entire value chain, and it is a place where the important conversations really happen. So a quick show of hands for me, actually. Raise your hand if you have been to a Mission Soil Week before. Oh, look at that. Okay. So for those watching online, we've got a healthy contingent of people who have been before. What about if this is your first time here? Oh, welcome. You are really, really in for a treat. This is the place where everyone comes to have those conversations. So let's find out who's in the room. A quick show of hands if you are in policy. Okay, lovely. Feel free to turn around and look as well. Is policy hands up again for me? Lovely, okay. What about if you would consider yourself a producer? Yeah, okay. If when you're introducing yourself, you call yourself a farmer, you would consider yourself a farmer. Yeah, lovely, okay. What about a land manager? Yes, good number of those. What about if you are in research? Okay, there we go. So again, online, if you didn't see that, there's a lot of researchers in the room. Maybe a lot of researchers watching online as well. And finally, if you consider yourself in the financial world, so you're here with sort of a financial hat on. Okay, lovely. So, and that is such a focus for this year, looking at those business cases, bringing the financial institutions within this entire area so that we can all work together. So I'm really glad that you are here. And what about timing as well? We are here, 2 weeks after the first soil law was adopted, which I think what incredible timing for this and what a brilliant result as well. So the timing, the people, the place, all together, all perfect. So before we start, a little bit of housekeeping from me. If you could take your phones out of your pocket or your bag for me. Lovely. First of all, make sure your phone is on silent, because in this incredible place, your phone will really echo if it suddenly rings. This is the Wi-Fi details. If you would like to join the Wi-Fi, the university Wi-Fi, it is a couple more steps than normal, but you'll have good Wi-Fi in the building if you want to join it rather than rely on your 5G. If you don't have all those details, you'll find it on signs around the room as well. I would really like you to join Slido for me. The reason being, we've got a lot of people here in the room, even more online. There's some 600 people registered online. So this is the best way of getting your questions or your comments to us here on this stage. So scan the QR code. I will move out of the way so that those online, you can also scan the QR code for me, and your questions will come through as well. Not just questions, but comments and thoughts. We love to know what you're thinking as we go along. So anything like that, do let us know. And what a venue have we picked for this year as well. Aarhus University, it is known as being one of the prominent researchers in environmental research, really pushing forward. It's involved in some 14 mission soil projects. And actually, if you were on the Smart Field project field trip yesterday, the university is involved in that. And who here was on the field trip yesterday? That field trip funded by Novo Nordisk. Great time, wasn't it? Absolutely fabulous. The university is part of that project as well. They are known for being pioneers in this area. So I think it's only right now that we start the day with our official introduction, official welcome from someone who knows this place so well. So please welcome on stage the Dean of the Faculty of Technical Sciences at Aarhus University, Eskild Holm-Nielsen. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah. Good morning, everybody. Distinguished guests, dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of Aarhus University, I'm pleased to welcome you to the soils of Aarhus University here in Aarhus. Some of you may already have seen our beautiful university park, which show how nature and knowledge grows aside, but also very close to the city. So please go out to the veranda and have a look later, so you can enjoy our beautiful park. We are honored to host the Mission Soil Week, and we want to begin by saying a sincere thank you for you being here today. Your participation shows a strong commitment we share to protect and care for one of the most important resources, the soil. You can also say it is the foundation for life at the planet. At Aarhus University, we are proud to be a long-time partner in the Mission Soil. From the very beginning, we have been actively involved in the mission, and we continue to contribute through several research projects and collaborations. Why do we want to host this event? It's because soils matter. It matters to science, to society, but and mostly for our common future. Soil is more than we stand on. It is a living system. It's an ecosystem that supports plants, animals, and people. It gives us food, store carbon, she'll store a little bit more, cleans water, helps to balance the climate. Healthy soil are essential for a sustainable planet. That is why we see the soil mission as part of a larger green transition in Europe, move towards a more sustainable agriculture and a responsible land use. Mission Soil Week gives us a chance to look at the progress that has been made, to share new ideas, to learn from each other. So please be active in these days. The event lasts for 2 days, and we are happy that Aarhus University can contribute with the second day, which takes place here in Aarhus. This is meaningful because it also happens during the Danish Presidency of the Council of the European Union. It was also in this building the Danish Presidency opened the Danish Presidency here in June. It reminds me that the mission is not only a scientific effort, but also a shared European goal, one that depends on cooperation between researchers, policymakers, citizens, and the whole agro industry, from farmers to producers and producers. Today, we also focus on many functions of soil. Soil support, food production, biodiversity, climate action, all at once. It is it is a multifunctional resource, and we must manage to care and understanding. At Aarhus University, we have a strong tradition of working across disciplines, from agriculture and environmental science to science, social science and policy. We believe that collaboration is key to solving complex challenges like those addressed by the mission soil. Finally, I want to thank the European Commission, the mission soil team, our partners in Denmark and across Europe, and thank you very much for all your contribution and engagement. It has been a pleasure being the host to this event. Let us use these days to exchange knowledge, build new partnerships, and strengthen our shared commitment to healthy soils for people, for nature, and for the future generation. Once again, behalf of Aarhus University, welcome and thank you for being here. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. And such a great message of that collaboration across different disciplines needed to solve those complex challenges. It is so true. And that is why days like this, weeks like this, work so well and are so important. Because for those that are new in the room, I can promise you this is the place where ideas can really thrive and flourish. So what are those ideas that we'll be talking about today? What are the problems? What are the challenges? What do we do now? Well, I think the perfect person to take us through this is the Acting Director-General at the Directorate-General of Agriculture and Rural Development at the European Commission. Please welcome also the Mission Soil Manager. Please welcome Diego Cangofano. Thank you. Thanks, Diego. Thank you. Thank you.
Good morning, dear Dean of the Faculty of Technical Sciences of Aarhus University, dear Peter, Deputy Mission Manager, Henri, Mission Board members, distinguished speakers and guests, dear participants online. It is my great pleasure to welcome you to the third edition of the European Mission Soil Week. After Madrid in 2023 and Brussels in 2024, we now meet again in Aarhus, not only to discuss health of soils, but also to discuss our shared future, the very ground we all depend on. We do not inherit the land from our ancestors, we borrow it from our children. This simple sentence captures our responsibility. Soil is not just a natural resource, it's a legacy. Our decisions today will determine what future generations stand on tomorrow. This year's event comes at a pivotal moment. The Mission Soil has grown from ambitious ideas into a true European movement, bringing together researchers, farmers, policymakers, and citizens. The Mission Soil is much more than a research initiative. It builds a bridge between science and practice to accelerate deployment. It is a source of evidence to support policy implementation, and it is a driver to stimulate investment in soil health. After focusing on science policy alignment in the first edition of the event, and on implementation and monitoring in the second event, this year's event takes the next step. It aims to lead the transition towards healthy soils through finance and landscape perspectives. Following today's update on the state of play of the Mission Soil, a vital focus in this transition is on the development of viable business models for soil health. It is equally important to expand our perspective beyond the farm gate. Let me tell you where we stand politically now. Healthy soils are a strategic asset for Europe. They are essential for sustainable food production, biodiversity, water management, and climate resilience. They merit a long-term vision and investment. The EU Soil Strategy for 2030 sets the course. All EU soils are to be healthy by 2050, with clear milestones for 2030. And with the recent adoption of the Soil Monitoring and Resilience Directive last week on the 23rd of October, this vision now has legal force. It is the first ever EU framework defining soil health and establishing harmonized monitoring and reporting across member states. The mission results will support the Member States in implementing this directive. They will provide data, practical tools, and tested approach, and together these elements will help turn legislation into concrete action on the ground. We are now at a turning point into the mission's journey, shifting from the induction and piloting phase to the expansion and deployment, very important, deployment. Why business matters for soil health? Because soil degradation is expensive. Soil degradation costs the European Union over 50 billion each year in lost productivity, ecosystem damage, and disaster impacts. Yet, every euro invested in soil restoration delivers multiple euros in ecosystem benefits. Hence, our policy focus is also evolving from protection alone to recognizing the value of soils as both a natural and economic asset. Together, the mission soil, the Common Agricultural Policy, Horizon Europe, a cohesion policy, they create a powerful line for soil health. They offer an unprecedented opportunity to channel investments towards sustainable soil management. These instruments can make soil-friendly practices not only environmentally sound, but also financially viable and socially rewarding. Scaling up sustainable practice must become the evident economic choice, supported by incentives, investment, and recognition. If we want lasting change, soil stewardship must be financially rewarded, anchored in policy, and embraced in a driver of competitiveness and resilience across Europe. Looking ahead to the next programming period, there are opportunities to the future Common Agricultural Policy, the next Horizon Europe, the next European Competitiveness Fund, and wider EU investment initiatives. Let me just mention for a moment the achievements we have had so far. The way we see it, the mission soil is the vehicle of change building science, policy, and practice. Since its launch, it has funded nearly 100 projects, mobilizing over 600 million euros and engaging thousands of partners. We now count 45 living labs established, well on track to reach 100 by 2030. And a key building block of the mission, the research and innovation work programs, are set until 2027. In these programs, an additional 225 million euros are foreseen to invest on soil health. This funding will support capacity building for monitoring soil health in practice, helping member states to prepare for the soil monitoring law. It will also boost innovation in biotechnologies and agroforestry, AI-supported decision tools, and other forward-looking solutions. As we move towards deployment, our next phase is about harvesting results. This phase is about turning research into practice. It means developing concrete tools and actionable solutions that farmers, foresters, land managers, business, and policymakers can use. And achieving our goals means moving beyond protection alone, recognizing soil generation as a driver of economic opportunity. Soil policy is increasingly framed within One Health and global sustainable perspective. The mission also works closely with other EU missions on climate adaptations, cancer, and the European Bauhaus. The mission is fostering also innovative collaboration across Horizon Europe, for example, with the European Innovation Council. And partnerships with organizations such as UNESCO and EIT Food are vital to extend soil literacy, education, citizen engagement, and collaboration with the private sector. Investment in soil health is an investment in Europe's resilience, competitiveness, and food sovereignty. Soil care must become everyone's business, from farmers to citizens, from local authorities to global partners. To achieve this, we must attract both private and public investments, empowering young farmers, advisors, and scientists, the next generation of soil stewards. We must promote genuine cross-sector cooperation, bringing together agriculture, forestry, urban planning, and finance, because soil health depends on all of them working together. Let me just mention for a moment our host, Denmark. Denmark deserves a special recognition for its leadership in sustainable farming. You show that productivity and environmental care can grow side by side. Danish farmers have long understood that healthy soils are not only the foundation of productivity, but also resilience and sustainability. And I would also like to thank the Aarhus University and all Danish stakeholders for their outstanding contribution to soil research and innovation. As I saw on my way here, You know how to build bridges. I'm thinking about the Aarhus Bridge when you land in Copenhagen. And you have to build strong ones between science and practice too, working hand in hand with farmers to turn knowledge into action in the field. Your example, your Danish example, shows that soil health is not an abstract goal, but a daily commitment rooted in collaboration, trust, and long-term vision. Let me move into my conclusion. Let us keep science, policy, and practice moving forward together. Let's turn knowledge into action and ambition into results. This edition marks the launch of a new mission events and services dedicated to developing innovative businesses, models, and mobilizing investment for soil health. Henri Delange, the head of the Mission Secretariat, will share more details later on. Protecting Europe's health soil is not only a local ambition, but a continental one. It's a test of our capacity to work together, align our policies, and delivering lasting change. I wish all of you fruitful exchanges and discussions during this third European Mission Soil Week, advancing the business dimension of soil health, unlocking partnerships, financing, and innovation needed to make healthy soils the smart, sustainable, and competitive choice for Europe's future. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you so much. And again, such a great message. Thank you, Diego. Thank you. Such a great message, such a great point that this is now the time to turn that knowledge, the knowledge that everyone in this room has, and we know how many people from the research committee are here, that knowledge into action. And then looking at those sustainable business models as well. This is a real pivotal time of moving forward, a moment to really consolidate and then move forward, flourish as we move forward. So how do we move forward and what is happening at the moment? I think what we need to do now is look at the state of play. Where are we? What is happening? What is happening in Mission Soil, and where are we on that goal to 2030 for the living labs and lighthouses? So let's get a bit of an update on last year. The new head of unit, well, new from June, I believe, new head of unit of the Research and Innovation Unit at the DG of Research and Innovation, also the head of the Mission Soil Secretariat, is the perfect person to take us through this. So please welcome Henri Delange. Thank you, Henri. Thank you.
Good morning. Yes, I'm Henry Delange. I'm the new head of unit of the Research and Innovation Unit. Unfortunately, not at DG Research and Innovation, but at DG Agriculture and Rural Development. And I'm here to give you an update on the state of play. I have a lot to share with you, really a lot, and very little time. So I've been asked to speak very fast, but I hope you will still follow me. Maybe we start by briefly recalling a number of things. As you know, we have a very supportive framework for soil. It's made up of 3 different components. We have the long-term data and knowledge hub, so the EU Soil Observatory. We have the actual implementation tool, the Mission Soil, and we have the policy angle, and there we have a very supportive framework. We have the EU Soil Strategy for 2030, about healthy soils by 2050. We have the Common Agricultural Policy 23-27. We have the carbon removals, carbon farming regulation. We have the nature restoration law. And as of this year, we've had the vision for agriculture and food, which clearly says that healthy soils are the basis for farming today and tomorrow, and which posits the Mission Soil as an instrument to achieve healthy soils in the EU by 2050. We also have the Water Resilience Strategy, where the Mission is contributing to improve water retention on land. And as already mentioned, we have the Soil Monitoring and Resilience Directive. The Mission supported its design, and it will be instrumental for the future revision and for implementation. And then, as Diego already mentioned, we had just before the summer the adoption of the proposals for the next multi-annual financial framework, the next long-term EU budget, with several proposals that will affect the Mission on the Common Agricultural Policy, on the Next Horizon Europe, and on the European Competitiveness Fund. Okay, just to maybe briefly recall, but I'm sure you are aware, that the main goal of the mission is to set up these 100 living labs and lighthouses to lead the transition towards healthy soils by 2030, and that this general objective is supported by 8 specific objectives, which you see outlined here, and that these objectives, we want to apply them to all types of land use and all types of territories. And to achieve these specific objectives, this overall objective, we have 4 building blocks, and I will go into detail for each one of them in a moment. We have the building block of knowledge, data, technologies, infrastructures to support practices and business models for soil health. We have the building block on a network of real-life sites for co-creation, testing, demonstration, upscaling of solutions. We have the building block on soil health monitoring and reporting across Europe with the European Soil Observatory. And we have the building block on communication, training, and advice targeted to different target groups. And I will go into more detail in a moment. So let me start with the first building block, the research innovation program and the knowledge base for soil stewardship. So far the mission has implemented 469 million euros. We have 63 grants signed so far, and these involve 1,400 participations. And as you can see on the bottom left, we have the work program budget, which also covers calls for 25, which are still under evaluation, but the total budget so far amounts to 561.5 million. The work program 26-27 will be published at the end of this year and will of course include more funding opportunities. As you can see on the map, we have reached a good geographical balance in terms of geographic coverage. So you can see the wide range of countries where there's at least one mission soil project partner. And we've also achieved a good balance in terms of the types of organizations participating in all of these projects. So research organizations, universities, SMEs, other private for-profit organizations, civil society, and public organizations. So we have 63 ongoing projects to date. You can see all of the names here, and they are clustered by theme. So you see circular economy, soil literacy, citizen engagement, biodiversity, carbon farming, monitoring and indicators, pollution and restoration, business models, living labs, and preparatory and support actions. So you see really the very wide range of areas that we are active in with the mission. Now, these projects, they gather in clusters to promote collaboration, and 5 clusters have been set up to date. There are 3 clusters on horizontal issues, and that were started in 23, on data and knowledge management, on soil indicators and monitoring, and on communication and stakeholder engagement. And we have 2 clusters that started this year on thematic aspects related to business models and investments and to soil pollution and remediation. These clusters are made up of between 25 and 50 projects, depending on the topic. They are each led by 1 or 2 projects. They're supported by the Commission, so by DG Agri, by the Joint Research Center, by the Research Executive Agency, and also by the Mission Soil Platform. The projects decide on the selection of activities, on the practical setup, and they pursue very specific outcomes, so collective papers on key issues, training, events, supporting materials, guidance, and so forth. There's no limit in terms of the number of projects joining each cluster, and clusters are also open to non-mission projects that are relevant and that are interested. And I would really like to take this opportunity to acknowledge and to thank all of the leads of these clusters for the extra effort they make to maximize synergies, to avoid duplication. And if you want to know more about their activities, I invite you to read dedicated fact sheets that we just published, and I will present a little bit more in depth the work of the business cluster in a moment. So what is the impact of all of the activities of the Mission Soil project? So we have some numbers here. These numbers are only for projects started between 22 and 24. So we have enhanced knowledge in soil health. So we've more than 300 publications that are expected to be published by 2029. Improvements in soil health assessment and monitoring with an expected number of 160 new tools. A number of projects is also developing over 150 soil educational materials like courses or modules for soil education in primary and secondary schools and universities. And the impact of Mission Soil goes beyond research centers and organizations. So activities reach out and engage and benefit a wide range of non-usual suspects, we would say. So, for instance, over 7,000 teachers and students will participate in upskilling activities. Small farmers are directly involved in living lab projects through cascading funding. Citizens all over Europe are engaged in citizen science initiatives and data collection. And municipalities and regions have been involved in training to facilitate and support soil health dialogues within their community. Focusing now on the living labs. So, as already mentioned, they are the main tool of the mission and the second building blocks of these 4 building blocks I mentioned in the beginning. So we are, as already mentioned, very well on track to reach this target of 100 living labs by 2030, and we will likely surpass it. So far, 45 living labs are up and running, and 20 of them will actually be recognized today in the evening in the Living Labs ceremony. These living labs are coordinated under 9 mission projects, and they represent an investment of 107 million euros. We're working towards striking a good balance in terms of land use, agriculture, forestry, semi-natural, urban, industrial, in terms of pedoclimatic conditions, and in terms of soil challenges, desertification, erosion, brownfield, and others. And this you can see in the map. The living labs are also managing to attract more newcomers and a wider variety of participants than other parts of Horizon Europe on average. Social society, organizations like NGOs, rural SMEs, associations, cooperatives, regions, and municipalities. And the SOIL, S-O-I-L-L project, led by the European Network of Living Labs, ensures continuous support, coordination, and monitoring of these living labs. Turning to the monitoring of soil health, so that's the 3rd building block. And here I would like to start by acknowledging, by thanking the excellent collaboration we have with the Joint Research Center, with the soil team in Ispra in Italy. And it's really a demonstration of how also within the Commission, the mission works towards breaking silos, working across the board. This block is really very important for the mission, and it will become even more important now that we will support the implementation of the recently adopted Soil Monitoring and Resilience Directive. The Mission Soil Board, of which we have several representatives here today with us, made a first estimate of the state of soil health in the EU, and it estimated that 60 to 70% of all soils are unhealthy. And this has actually now been confirmed by the JRC and by all of the data provided by the mission project. Today we have a powerful tool, the EU Soil Observatory Degradation Dashboard, and this really synthesizes EU-wide harmonized data sets into 19 indicators that inform us about the status of our soil health. More than 25 mission projects are working on developing indicators, methodologies, and cost-efficient technologies to monitor soil health. And this is done to support member states for the implementation of the soil monitoring law, to support land managers, such as farmers, to make informed decisions, and to support policies like the Common Agricultural Policy. Yesterday, on the occasion of the European Soil Mission Week, we had the publication of the study Rough Estimate of the Soil Protection Potential of the CAP Strategic Plans over the 23-27 period, which is a study run by DG Agri in collaboration with the mission. And please take a look at the study. It shows already very substantial reductions in terms of pollution and other indicators in the member states, for instance, in annual soil erosion by water. We are working, of course, to ensure that the mission and the project can further contribute to the design, implementation, and monitoring of the future CAP 28-34, as it also relates to soil health. And we continue working with the JRC to increase capabilities to measure the evolution of indicators such as erosion, soil organic carbon, or soil sealing, to include more data sets also from citizen science, and to create a knowledge hub under the mission platform and EUSO. Then we have the block on soil literacy, communication, citizen engagement. We reach over 9 million people through the different hashtags. We have more than 5,000 subscribers to the Mission Soil newsletter. We've launched a podcast series. We have launched a manifesto in 23. I'll say a bit more about that in a moment. We have an ambassadors program. I will also say a bit more about that in a moment. We have produced videos on soil biodiversity and also on the Mission Soil board members. And we have regular promotion of Mission Soil funded project news, events, and resources on the Mission Soil platform website. And then, of course, each project has its own communication activities. About these ambassadors, the Mission Soil ambassadors, so these are individuals selected for demonstrating their commitment to soil health. This program has been launched in 23 and it will last until 28. And the aim is to support the mission objectives, to increase soil literacy in society and to enhance outreach, mainly at local and regional level. We have 49 ambassadors so far covering all member states, and we also have 21 in associated countries. And they come from very different backgrounds, so they are communicators, entrepreneurs, practitioners, and theorists. Then the manifesto, which really has a very large symbolic value. It acts really as a lever to raise awareness of the mission, to promote soil literacy, to encourage local action for soil health, and to foster collaboration between different stakeholders. So far, we have 3,500 signatories, among which 2,800 individuals and 700 legal entities from 90 countries worldwide. And we have lots of political support and also international support for the manifesto. Several commissioners have signed the manifesto. So has done UNESCO and the African Union, for instance. And of course, you are all invited to sign it, either as individual or as legal entity. Coming to the focus of this year's edition, so scaling soil health, new business and investment models. We know that the transition to healthy soils is a very costly business, so we have a need for several billions, dozens of billions of euros per year. So far, it is the EU budget, Horizon Europe, the mission, that has been mostly investing in this. But of course, we need significant investment from other sources, public, national, regional, local, but also private and philanthropy, of course. The mission has been working very hard to address this problem of financing the transition. And in 23, 3 dedicated projects were launched to develop incentives and business models for soil health. And these projects, Invest Soil, Nova Soil, and Soil Values, will today present some of their results and success cases during the breakout sessions. These projects are not working alone. There are many other projects in the mission tackling new business models in different ways, including the living labs or projects working on specific areas such as pollution, where the business model for remediation and reuse is quite challenging. A cluster of 25 projects led by soil values will also deliver guidance and policy briefs on typologies of soil-related business models, valuation methods for natural capital and policy, and incentive frameworks for soil business models. And I would like to take once more the opportunity to thank all these projects and soil values in particular for this additional effort to generate more impact working together. I invite you to visit the Mission Soil platform website and check all of these recently published fact sheets that explain in more detail what the cluster is doing, which, by the way, again, is open to non-mission projects that are relevant and interested. The Mission Soil Board, the group of 15 high-level experts, is also working on business models under the leadership of Professor Bridget Emmett, and some of them will be moderating sessions today. And after exchanging with many actors, researchers, investors, the European Investment Bank, and so on, they have identified a number of needs, and one of them is a lack of a simple set of indicators and a methodology for monitoring and reporting soil health for business. Companies have expressed interest in having some guidance, and the board is working on it. In addition, the board finds information about funding opportunities fragmented and scattered, and it is also working on a map of actions and strategies to improve soil health and corresponding available funding and financing mechanisms. So what is next on business models? Many things. We've decided to complement ongoing actions and to boost the mission activity around the mobilization of funding with dedicated actions and services. And the Commission is now finalizing a new contract for the Mission Soil platform, the support structure, which will start in 26. And this new contract, among many other things, will provide first a technical advisory and education pack for investors. Second, collaboration models between the Mission Soil and private funding providers. Third, also we will support promoters, farmers, foresters, cooperatives, companies to develop investment projects and guide beneficiaries to find the right funding or finance. And finally, this platform will launch a soil health investment tracker to gather data and insights on public-private investments for soil health. We also want to hear from all of you. So one of the objectives of this edition of the Mission Soil Week is to launch this discussion and to gather ideas about trending topics, to build partnerships, and to pave the way for a new annual conference that we will be holding from next year, dedicated to soil health, business models, and investments. So we really want to keep up the momentum, connect all our projects and their results and innovations with transformative investment projects. Also collaborating with existing initiatives, the European Investment Bank, the European Innovation Council, the European Institute for Technology, and so forth and so forth. Moving forward, as already said, we're also looking at future opportunities in the next multi-annual financial framework, including, for instance, the Competitiveness Fund. The next Mission Soil platform will also provide financial advisory services to stakeholders, including technical advisory and education packs, collaboration models, preparatory work for investment projects, and, as I said, this investment tracker. Just a word on the international dimension. The mission supports several EU policies and international commitments and the Sustainable Development Goals, including as well the UN Convention to combat desertification, the UN Convention on Biodiversity, and also collaboration with the FAO. So I will conclude on the way forward. What will we focus on in the coming months, in the coming years? So we have been deploying, and we will continue to deploy significant soil research infrastructure, which is the largest investment of all the framework programs. And we must focus really on deploying solutions and real impact on soil health on the ground. We will continue to support all relevant policies, in particular the Soil Monitoring Directive, which is the fundamental framework at European level and of which we should be very proud, of course, as well as the Common Agricultural Policy. Third, we want to continue to close the knowledge practice gap, so we really need to make our results available and digestible for all our stakeholder groups. And for this, the mission has an ambitious knowledge hub project, and we must join forces to build alliances, strengthen capacities, diversify instruments, mobilize more resources together with other programs such as the Agroecology Partnership, the European Innovation Council, the European Institute for Technology, UNESCO, FAO, and so on. It was a lot. It's impressive. And I really want to take the opportunity to thank the board, the mission board, the mission manager, the deputy manager, the secretariat, all of the projects, all of the people participating in the projects. It is really impressive. And of course, for the organization of this event, I want to thank once more the Danish Presidency and the Danish authorities, and of course, Aarhus University, and all of my immediate collaborators who have worked very, very hard to make this a success together with their Danish counterparts. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. Indeed, exactly as you say, there's been such a lot happening, such a lot in the future. And incidentally, you heard about the new one-day conference looking at the investment potential. I'm really going to need your help with that. We're going to discuss that a lot more this afternoon and sort of start to look at some ideas of what you think that day should include. So that'll be really interesting later today. I'm really pleased now to introduce our keynote speaker, someone who really knows how to target an area of need and come up with the answers and the solutions. He is a truly inspiring thought leader in this field. He's an expert in biology, ecology, and agriculture. He's supported over 1,500 different projects in some 40 countries. This is really the person to set us off with inspiration this morning. Please welcome our keynote speaker, Willem Veranda. Willem.
Wow, what an introduction. I feel a little bit overwhelmed. Yeah, I'm an ecologist and tropical ecologist by training. Was director of IUCN for many years in the Netherlands, and that's why I could do these beautiful things. I had one question to the public, and that is, how many people of you will go to the climate COP30 within a few days in Berlin? Can you raise your hands? Okay. And that's important, because it is an important conference of the parties, but on the other hand, we have many of those COPs. COP16, Biodiversity COP, COP16, the UNCCD COP last year, COP30 now. And soil is increasingly being part of that. So let me briefly explain a little bit about what's going on. And I'm sure you all know these kind of pictures. There is a lot of things are going on, and just take, so we talk about billions and billions, and business cases are everywhere. They should be everywhere, but as we all know, no one wants to pay for these kind of things. Is there a business case for biodiversity? Yeah, there should be, but in practice it is very limited. So if you carefully look into for instance, what happened in one of our EU countries, Spain, I think it was in October last year, Valencia. What happened there? Mudstream, Dana, climate change. But there was something else going on. It was all about the combination of climate change and landscape degradation and soil loss. What was the business case here? More than 14 billion euros, 10 billion paid by the public, 4 by insurance companies. So yes, there is a business case for soil, health, and biodiversity. And yes, there is a business case. But we need to look into how to make that happen. And therefore, I'll bring you a little bit up to speed on my work. And that has to do with looking into the 5 key barriers of what I call landscape restoration. There is a system barriers, as I mentioned before. Biodiversity actually is not valued. There are some tiny biodiversity business cases like tourism and carbon and maybe water, but it's very limited if you look in practice what really happens. The complexity of ecosystems is another barrier. It scares off stakeholders, it scares off policymakers. What is a landscape? What is an ecosystem? And then you have the stakeholder complexity in itself that is a barrier. There are people living out in those landscapes. How to unite them, how to bring them together. What kind of narrative do you need to use? The farmers out there, you know, local entrepreneurs, local city councils. And then you have the landscape finance issue. We need to look into a holistic blended finance perspective. And when I looked into the room, there are only a few people here looking into finance, but it's a key issue. We need to transform finance, but how to do that? And it should be long term. As we all know, we need to think in decades instead of only a few years. And then we have, and that's, I think, what we all know, policy misalignment. Coming from the Netherlands after, having had a government of 2 years without almost no action on the ground, where people were quarreling, you know, it's tough. How do you get policy alignment? Policy alignment about the most important thing, and that is our life support system. Okay. What I've been doing over the last few years is looking into those 3 areas. Complexity of ecosystems, that scares off stakeholders, the stakeholder complexity in itself, and landscape finance, and try to make it practical. A difficult task. So, if soil is one of the bases of a scalable landscape approach, we need to also look into ecosystems. Ecosystems that underpins our society. It is the life support system, as I said before. And the question is, how can you scale large ecosystem restoration processes, large landscapes, integrated management plans? One of the most beautiful approaches that was coined already 25 years ago at COP5 of the Biodiversity Convention in Amman was the ecosystem approach. I think you should write it down. If you don't know it, Google it, the ecosystem approach. 12 great holistic principles, perfect, very inspiring. We should do it all over the world. Our economic model should be based on it, our economic belief system. But after 25 years, it is still waiting for, how to make that happen. And it really challenged me in 2012 when I left IUCN to look into how can we make that ecosystem approach practical, on the ground, with farmers, with local actors, with businesses, with private sector, and different sources of funding. And I interviewed a lot of people, farmers, investors in New York, in Frankfurt, in Amsterdam, in London, and a lot of farmers and ecologists and conservationists on the ground in a lot of countries, outside Europe and inside Europe. And actually, I was looking for a narrative that would resonate much more, and words that really would resonate. And those words actually were losses, returns, and risks. And it sounds so easy, losses, returns, and risks. But how to move from losses, returns, and risks into an approach that people understand and set them into action for decades within the landscape. Let me explain. If you carefully look into what a degraded landscape is, with degraded soils, and a loss of biodiversity, and a loss of vegetation, and topsoil washed away, etc., 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 you see a loss of purpose first, and traumas. People are leaving those areas. We all know the abandoned villages in Europe and outside Europe. They're everywhere. A loss of purpose. The second loss that is characterized by a degraded landscape is a loss of community and jobs. And the third loss is, of course, the loss we know, loss of soil, health, biodiversity, water, you name it. And the fourth loss is a loss of sustainable financial income. So if those 4 losses are characterized by a degraded landscape, then we should use the word return to look into what should the landscape look like if it is more sustainable, if you bring things together in a more holistic and integrated way. And therefore the word return of inspiration sounds weird, but actually it's the most important one. You need to maximize ROI. Where are the financial people here in the room? I saw there were 2 or 3. Okay, we need to maximize ROI, return of inspiration. We need to do that first. 5, I see 5 people now. Okay, wonderful. So maximizing ROI, that's number 1. You need to maximize the social returns, the natural returns, and the financial returns, of course. That's the other ROI. So if you play around with those words, what I've realized is people understand it much better in the countryside, people on the ground, local farmers, etc. And if you really look into how can you find the right indicators, key performance indicators, KPIs under those returns, you can specify it much better, which I did. And finally, it ended up into what we call the 4 returns framework for holistic landscape restoration. It consists of those 4 returns of impact with KPIs. It consists of a landscape approach of zoning so that people, farmers and local entrepreneurs within those landscapes understand better what is the balance you need to look into if you move from a degraded landscape towards a more integrated, sustainable landscape. And basically you need to move towards a balance between 3 zones. The natural zone, protected areas, ecological corridors, rewilding. A combined zone, which is more about integrated regenerative agriculture instead of monocultures of industrial agriculture. And an economic zone, which is more about urban planning, cities, roads, and all these things that you need to, for the industry and for people to live in. So that economic zone, combined zone and natural zone should be in balance. So you need to create a vision quest with all those actors within a landscape over time, and I added a minimum time frame of 20 years, minimum 20 years, to move that further. And then we identified 5 project steps to make that happen, to make it happen in practice. First, you need to bring people together, create a partnership of landscape owners and landscape practitioners in the field, local NGOs, farmers, local entrepreneurs, local city councils. You need to identify the barrier, or more or less the area of the landscape, mostly above 100,000 or 200,000 hectares. The second step is you need to create a vision quest. What is the landscape you want to live in for the coming decades? And that vision you translate, and that's our work, into an integrated landscape management plan. So you need to from future casting, you go to backcasting and then identify the steps to make it happen. You need to have a monitoring framework and of course you need to do it, effective implementation. So those 5 process steps we did over the last 13 years. But we need to take one thing into account. If you talk about indicators, people make that big mistake that if you want to turn that if you want to move towards what we call a landscape restoration industry, you have the generic indicators for investors and business people and spatial planners and policymakers to understand, to create that industry. But each landscape has specific indicators because each landscape is different. We work in Spain, we work in India, in Zambia, in Colombia, in the Netherlands. And we see that, of course, each landscape, each ecological and cultural setting is different. So how to connect those specific indicators of impact to the generic ones, that is the critical issue. And that's what we're trying to do and what is still working much more and better and better and better. So what did we do over the last few years? We started in areas to build proof of concept, funded by philanthropy and public funding. And we started to work in areas in Spain, in Australia, in South Africa, in the Netherlands, and in India. And over time, in those huge landscapes, we built landscape partnership. We co-created them, bottom up together. We invested in people, and we invested more than $500,000 per landscape in those areas over time, per year. And with those landscapes, partnerships. We help to set up companies and identify the integrated landscape management plan. And basically, with those integrated landscape management plans, we could find resources, public resources, sometimes investment resources, with return on investment, to set up companies on regenerative ag, on soil health, and a lot of spin-off of those companies are still existing. Even one company is listed now in Australia on regenerative ag. It's called Wide Open Agriculture. You can buy shares, actually. And with all those, with building that proof of concept in those large areas, we were able to understand how this principle of the 4 returns framework was working and whether it was adaptable and replicable. And now, after 12 years, we see, yes, it is replicable because more and more actors are using it. It's open source. You can use it as well. And more actors, local NGOs, as well as city councils, are knocking on our doors. And now we are working and scaling up in 23 countries through a landscape leadership program, because we can't do it ourselves anymore. So it is fascinating. You are able, if you use a different language that also includes a kind of replicability and understandable way of working to make this seen. Okay, that looks promising. It is, but it's also very, very difficult because we work with people. It's easier to work with soil and microbes. It's much easier to work with ecology. You know, it's very predictable. I'm an ecologist. I know what to do when I'm in the field. But then you work with people. Who has never been working with people before? Can you raise your hand? So who think it's difficult to work with people? Can you raise your hand? Okay. Oh, there are some people who think it's easy. Can you raise your hand? Who think it's easy to work with people? 1, 2. Okay, 3 people. Okay, wonderful. I would like to have a coffee with you on the break. So, how to convince people? How to work with people? First of all, the first step is, and that's why we use the Theory U framework, which is the Theory U model. Please Google it. It is co-created, it's designed by the Processing Institute at MIT Cambridge in the US. It's a business model of creating teams to work together. But it starts with profound listening. Listening. We need to listen first. So we start with bringing people together in landscapes and listen. So what is your pain? What is your trauma? How did this landscape look before? Why are your kids not staying here? Why did they leave? Why are the yields going down? Why are you locked in as a farmer in the industry or in finance? What about the water resources? They're gone. What about the forest? Is it still there? Do we have problems with wild boar? All those questions pop up. And we bring them together in these sessions. Sometimes those sessions take up 2 to 3 years, and we do it every month. It costs money, and we pay the farmers to come, otherwise they won't come. And gradually, we build this, what we call weaving web of people towards those different phases, and we identify the different returns and losses. We start with the losses. So what is your loss of purpose? What is your loss of community? How is that interacted with the loss of biodiversity, soil health, water, etc.? And what about the loss of finance? And then we move into the return setting. So how should the landscape look like if you want to have those 4 returns back? How will that look like? Make it visible. Go into the field. Go with the map, and we talk and we look around the map how that works. And then finally we end up in where should the natural zone be? Because it has been, has gone. And how to work with that. And gradually we move into a new mapping system, and we visualize the map of the future of that landscape and go back and stepwise make an integrated landscape management plan. Sometimes, like in Spain, it costed 8 years before the first integrated landscape management plan was there. And then we start, after having that plan, which is bottom-up co-created and co-developed with local groups, we start to make a landscape finance assessment based on that plan. And the landscape finance assessment, this is one of the reports that came out last year, was launched in Brussels. That landscape finance assessment plan starts with understanding that we need to finance the landscape partnership for at least 20 years. That finance, which is the gray bottom line, costs per landscape of 100,000 or between 100,000 and 500,000 hectares less than €500,000. Can you imagine? For 10 million euros for 20 years, you support a landscape partnership, which is critical. If you don't have that money, nothing will happen. Because people won't come together, because they won't move, they don't understand, they don't really move into a landscape integrated approach. Then, you see the green line, you can finance the different issues that are in that landscape. You know, removal of dams, for instance, in some areas, or creating ecological corridors over private land, strengthening the protected areas, moving already farmers and help them to move from A to B, from more industrial to more regenerative ag, bringing chemical input down. Gradually, that funding is public or private, still grants. It's not an investment, although you can already start with some investments, with some companies that pop up, or you can strengthen the transition of some companies in those landscapes. The next level, which is the blue one, is where investment, private capital, investment capital, that means with ROI, return on investment, comes in. And we have some examples in Spain, also in the Netherlands, and also in India and in Australia, and gradually also in South Africa. We did those investments and we set up some companies, new companies, some of them old companies, some of them family owned, not very big businesses yet, but then the next point comes in, and that is where corporate action starts to become interested. And that is really interesting. What happens now is that 3 actors in the corporate private sector is looking at this kind of approaches. Why? They're strategically locked in. What does that mean? Agriculture, ag food, number 1. 2, insurance companies. The example of Valencia, the biggest insurance payout in Spain. 3rd one, beverage companies, water. Those 3 types of thematic sector companies are now strategically locked in because they cannot move anywhere. You know, the coffee prices go up, soy prices are a problem, even palm oil. So what's happening is that they are strategically locked in their own area. They cannot say, you know, we were in Brazil for coffee and now we moved to Vietnam, because they already did that 25 years ago. So it is an interesting phenomenon that now private sector starts to understand that they need to work within a landscape setting and a landscape approach. And hopefully, at a certain moment, they see this as bringing down their risk. They see this as an investment to invest in that gray line, the landscape partnership approach. So, after a lot of experiences, and here are some pictures of the field. This is in Spain, between Granada and Murcia, where we started to work in 2013. You see some zoning areas. You know, this is Regen Ag on almonds, and here you see green cover, traditional almond, and more green cover Regen Ag almonds. And gradually, based on all those experiences, we see that things are turning into a positive mode. And this is also part of the climate adaptation agenda, of course, and hopefully also part of the European restoration law. But most important thing, and that's the thing that I wanted to stress here, and that's often overlooked in the more technical conferences, and I'm part of that technical community as well, like you, is that soil health and restoration is transformational. I remember, and I already mentioned that before the session to some people, I remember that I was visiting an Indian farmer in 2015 in Tamil Nadu. He had only half a hectare. Around him, it was all gray and dusty. And this half a hectare was green. It was actually producing. It was looking very good. And you could smell the soil, you know, it was good. So I asked that guy, I said, you know, why are you different than your other smallholders around the area? And he said, listen, my wife passed away a few years. And I went to the forest and in grief and crying, actually, and I didn't know what to do. My kids were already went to the city. So I was sitting under a tree, and the tree actually told me, "You need to work with me." And I went back to my farm and started to do things differently. So what he did is basically, he was not any longer buying fertilizers and was trying to get more fertilizers, from the field, from the animals, and gradually started to think about the soil and started to think about how can I build a more resilient system in my small half hectare. And his summary was, actually, when I was restoring the soil, I also was restoring my own soul. And I think that summary is very powerful. I think it's the same thing what a very famous Australian farmer once mentioned, and he's part of our advisory council, and he said, many regenerative farmers underwent personal transformation before they could successfully restore their land. This change is not just technical, but deeply psychological and even spiritual. And I think also that's part of our work, and that's why we have included the ROI, return of inspiration, as the first return to think about. Thank you very much, and you can look more in our guidebook, which you can find on the web. Thank you.
Willem, thank you so much. Thank you. The return of inspiration, absolutely. And I have to say, I loved your acknowledgement that often it's the people. It can be the people that are the trickiest, but let's bring everyone together and let's talk about this. So what we're going to do now is take a very, very quick break. If you would like to know everything that's going on today, you'll find a QR code on the back of your badge. That will keep you in touch with your agenda. And I'm going to try and keep very much to time, because those watching us online, and we have some 600 registered, will obviously have built their day around everything as well. So we're going to have a very quick coffee break, 10:30. I was very pleased to see that Willem had his badge on. I hope you've got your badges on as well. If you haven't, make sure that you've picked up your bag, and you'll find your badge in your bag. So, dear delegates, take a break. Let's have a quick cup of coffee. We'll be back starting at 10:30 when we're going to dive into this in a bit more information. So for those online, back at 10:30. Thank you very much. Thank you.
I've got a mug, but it's a little big. I'm just gonna get myself one here. Sorry? Testing? All right, that works.
Good morning, everybody. Good morning. If you could just take your seats as quickly as possible for me now, thank you. We've got lots of seats at the front, so please keep coming forward, and we have seats in the first 2 and 3 rows here. Lovely, thank you. Thank you very much for joining us online. We'll be starting, as you can see, very, very shortly. Thank you. There's more seats at the front if you'd like to come take your seats as quickly as you can. It's really, really nice to see everybody chatting during the breaks over their coffee. I just had a really quick conversation with Yeti, who from the Netherlands. I don't know where she is, if she wants to raise her hand so I can see where she is. But told me off, rightly so, for forgetting the representatives of farmers in the room. And I know that there's quite a few, particularly really keen to talk about some business models as well, business models that will work for farmers, not necessarily about money, but about maybe training or anything like that. So we will definitely talk more about that later. So as you can see, we're ready for our next discussion. We'll be taking questions at the end of this discussion, I think, Professor. Yes, we can take some questions. Wonderful. So what I'm going to do, if we can have the QR code, please, for Slido. There you go, just in case you don't have it. So online as well, if you think of anything during this panel or any questions you'd like to ask, submit your questions as we go so that we're ready as soon as we start the question time, that the questions are already there for us. And you can then have even more discussion time. Fabulous. So I'm going to hand over now to Mission Soil Board Member and Principal Scientist at the UK Centre for Ecology and Hydrology, ladies and gentlemen, Professor Bridget Emmett. Thank you.
Thank you. So thank you so much for coming back on time. I do understand that was a very short coffee break and you all want to talk with each other. That's lunchtime. So we have not quite an hour to get as much out of these 4 fantastic people as we possibly can. My job is to get them chatting, get questions from you, but we're also going to give them a little bit at the beginning just to set out their stall to speak. And we've had such a great introduction. And I just start scribbling as soon as people come out with these fantastic one-liners, like we heard from Diego. We didn't inherit our soil, we're borrowing it from the next generation. It's just like, that's going in the next talk. And also then from Willem, return of inspiration. So let's see if we can help with that return of inspiration. So we have 4 great panel members. They come from a mix of philanthropy, finance, farming, and businesses. And first on our left, we have Anders Benson-Spar, who's managing partner at the head of planetary health investments at Nova Holdings. We then have Kat Wallace, impact director at Landscape Enterprise Networks. We have Klaus Christensen, dairy farmer at Arla Foods, and we have Julia Stellari, director at Fall Line Capital. So warm welcome and many thanks to all of you for giving up your time for today. So, and remember, please, as we go along, if a question pops into your head, put it on Slido and I will select as we go along. So, first of all, I'm just going to ask you to set out. Could you describe how your company currently provides support to farmers to protect and regenerate their soil, please? And perhaps you might want to say, what are the key elements that make those successful? And perhaps also, did you try anything that didn't work? That can be as informative sometimes. Don't worry if you don't want to go there, but if you're brave enough to say, we tried this, it was a disaster, that would be lucky. And first of all, could I start with you, Kat? Thank you.
Thank you, Bridget. Good morning, everybody. I'm here to talk about the Landscape Enterprise Networks lens. We're one of a type of business model that follows nicely on from what Willem was talking about earlier on. So for those of you not familiar with us, we're a mission-driven organization whose aim is to regenerate landscapes. What we do is we enable multiple organizations to pool funding together in order to fund farmers in carrying out different land management practices that are known and demonstrated to improve soil health, reduce erosion, and soil loss, etc. And what we do, we're a mechanism to addressing a lot of the key barriers that were presented on the screen a few moments ago. We know we handle that complexity and we're effectively the intermediary in different landscapes. So you heard me mention public and private entities, and why would they ever fund us? You know, what's the business model behind? Well, what they share in common is a need for resilient landscapes. And so they need this landscape to deliver these ecosystem services to future-proof their business operations, make their costs of operating cheaper or not less volatile, and also to manage risks with regards to their constituents or citizens, you know, flood risks, etc. The example from Valencia we just heard. We're a small team with mighty impact. We have started operating in 2021 in England, and we now operate in 7 different landscapes. Poland, Hungary, Italy, and now expanding into Wales, Scotland, Ireland, and Spain. And we're growing at pace and quite fast. And so in the past 4 years, we've dispersed about 24 million euros to farmers across Europe, and benefiting around 80,000 hectares of land being restored and soil health benefits. So you asked about a few features that stand us apart. And I think what makes us adaptable and useful in different contexts is the fact that our mechanism is universal. You know, it relies on 4 different steps. The steps are the same, is identifying the people in that landscape that have a willingness around shared values and shared outcomes, and then designing those interventions with farmers, you know. Third is finding, aligning those financial incentives, and 4th is measuring impact. So that's, in a nutshell, what we do. You asked about what we tried and didn't went quite right.
You're brave enough, yeah.
So I'll focus on that a little bit. So, continuous improvement is part of our DNA, and so, we're always looking to improve and become more efficient and more meaningful and create that, return on inspiration with people where we work. And I think initially in the early days of Lens, we really had a bit of an open market approach where we really left it to farmers to tell us exactly what they wanted to do on their farms and at what price. We let them decide what they wanted to do precisely. And that openness was great initially, but actually farmers appreciate certainty. They want clarity about how to engage with programs, and they want to know what's in it for them. So it helps actually to have, some base prices and benchmarks. So that's what we've evolved to. We've made it a bit clearer about, what interventions we would happily fund, kept some flexibility too in terms of we have an innovations window that's very much open-ended. But what we do now is instead of having a true open market approach with new farmers joining in every year, we try and follow the same farmers through cohorts. So we've adapted a little bit our model.
And what is the time scale of most of your projects? We heard from Willem, 20 years. Is that your time scale as well?
Yeah, they're long-term programs. So anything, the longest we've had is 10 years, but that's just through the nature of the funding we've got at the moment. But we're more than happy to have, decades worth. We're in it for the long game, so.
Yeah. And we also heard from Willem that he has 3 types of land, the natural, combined, I hope I've got that right, and the economic. Are you primarily ag land at the moment, or are you, is that your focus?
Yeah, so our intervention is through farmers. So the combined zone is, I think, the one that spoke the most on the presentation, but obviously a lot of farmland, if it's not productive or there's better uses of it, returning it to natural state is also possible. So
that would be part of the plan. Smashing. Exactly. Thank you so much, Kat. Right, we will now move on to Klaus, if we may.
Yeah, I am an organic dairy farmer, and I owned the farm for 30 years and have been organic the whole time. I'm presenting Arla today. We are a cooperative in Europe with 7,500 farmers, and we are trying to find new ways to produce. Of course, the milk is white, but now we are turning to see what's in the ground, so it's going from white to black, because now we have the focus on the soil. It's quite funny when you produce the milk, but you still have to be sure if you have a healthy soil. So we have this point score in Arla, and the more you have in score, the more you also have on your price on your milk. It's 3 euro cents if you get a full score compared to if you don't delivering on the score. It's up to you if you want to delivering on it, but there is still some money to collect. So it's, we call it a big 5. It's having a good management on the feed. You're not feeding the cow more or less compared to what the cow is using. The rest will just be wasted in the manure or spread out with any use. And also trying to keep the cow, have a longer living time instead of slaughtering after 4 or 5 years, keeping to 6 or 7 years, because then it's less left in the end. And also looking on the protein, where the protein is coming from, have to be in forest, non-forest soya, using all over in Arla, and we are trying to look on it on a bigger scale, because we see it as a farmer. It's in a society nowadays, for us, it's a way to have a license to produce. We need to show we can produce better, and we did last year, and all the time to step up. My farm, we have owned the farm since the 1500s, so it's an old farm. And every time, of course, we have tried to deliver the farm better to the next generation, and it's also what I want to do. So now we are looking a lot on soil, and we have taken out samples three times a year. It's an English company, FI, that is going all around in Europe. We are 24 Arla members, 6 in Sweden, 6 in Denmark, and 6 in Britain, and 6 in Central Europe. Is in this special group. We have the focus on the big 5, and especially the soil health. So now we are also having another term of just a simple thing as grassing, because normally we just grass the grass much shorter, but now we have this way of saying the more you have overground, you also have more underground. You have bigger and stronger roots, and you can keep the water for a longer time if it's starting to be dry, and you can also keep the water for a longer time before you have earth flow, if we get a lot of rain. So there is a lot of things going on in Arla as well, and it's actually quite nice to see how much we actually think we can move and change.
Great. And so when you're persuading or not talking to farmers and they are adopting some of these, what is it, what makes them do the leap? Is it the increased drought stress, heat stress? Can they see the climate change things coming, or is it the financial returns that you help them with? What is it that makes them do that transition?
No, in the start it's not a money thing, because to be a farmer, or grown up to be a farmer and everything, it's inside your blood. You want to do it good, of course, for yourself. It is a business, but you want to feed the cows so they're going to be strong and having a good milk production and have a good feed, grass cut for the winter and everything. So it's totally mixed. Now we also, back in days, 20 years ago, we just look on the fields, but now it's on the whole farm. It's on the nature area. It's on the creek and river system and the lakes and ponds.
Nice.
Tree and bushes and flowers and everything, and bee hotels and whatever, to have a good environment for everything around the farm as well.
Smashing. Thank you so much. Thanks, Klaus. Julia.
Yes, so first, thank you very much for inviting me here to the EU Soil Mission Week. I'm super excited to be here and very grateful to my fellow panelists. I want to say, maybe start by giving a little bit of background on what Fall Line is. Fall Line is a financial investor, and we invest in new technologies for the agri-food value chain, and we have a global scope for that business. And we also invest in farmland in the US. So I like to say that we invest in soil literally. And I say literally because when we invest in a farm, it is the soil that is the main producing asset that drives the returns to our business. We are long-term investors. We're invested on a 12 to 15-year time horizon when it comes to our farms. And as financial investors, it is a returns-first driven model. However, what we find is that investments in, especially two categories of investments that we tend to make when we invest in a farm, infrastructure and practices, tend to drive not only improved returns, better collaboration with our farmers, but also improvements in soil. And perhaps in the context of this discussion, I'd like to add up front that the more metrics we have to understand how the practices that we are adopting deliver a return to different soil parameters, the easier it is also to help bring our farmers on board to follow us, because then they start to understand benchmarks, trajectories, how their neighbors are doing, how they're doing. So just to dive a little bit deeper into it, what is an investment in infrastructure on the farm from our perspective, and why is that a return to soil? Well, we tend to invest in the drainage on our farms, in the irrigation systems on our farms, in the shape and layout of fields. The main goal is to improve the farmability and to reduce the cost of production. Why? That makes farmers want to work with us. If our farms produce better yields and have lower costs of production, it means more margin for them. But at the same time, if you, for example, redo the irrigation system on a farm, you tend to be able to apply your water more precisely. By applying more precise water, you reduce erosion risk. You can also better fine-tune your crop and your productivity, and so your emissions are lower. You can reduce your energy use. Sometimes we find that by improving the irrigation systems on our farm, we can save our tenants up to 30% on their energy bill. That is an immediate and tangible benefit, but of course it also impacts emissions and reduces the emissions profile of growing those crops. I would say we also invest in practices, and many might be similar to what people think about when they think of practices that return to soil, so reducing tillage, including cover crops in a farm's rotation, and enhancing the crop rotation. I would say sometimes we go a step further. Why are we investing in this? Well, we're investing in it because we see the soil as that long-term asset, and a single erosion event could wipe out the value of the farm. So in certain parts of the US where we have invested, the landscape is very rolling and there's a lot of rain in the winter, and that can create huge potential for erosion. So in those areas, we might require our tenants to grow a cover crop or to not till the soil. But generally, when we do that, we also accompany it with an incentive, so an actual financial support from our own returns model in order to support that, that practice being adopted. I will also add, we've worked a lot on the crop rotation. This is not as simple as it seems to say, please, we would like you to go from a standard corn-soy rotation, add in canola. To give one example, in Wisconsin, an area where we had farms for almost a decade, canola was not grown commercially, and so farmers were not eligible for crop insurance. As investors, we were able to underwrite the growing of canola on our farms for more than 4 years in order to create that baseline yield history that then enabled it to be grown commercially. And that allowed the breaking up of that corn and soy rotation by introducing canola. Now, you can grow it because there's a history and you're eligible for crop insurance. The particularities of the scheme, maybe they vary country by country, but the point is, by introducing that additional crop into the rotation, we have succeeded in breaking up the usual pattern of pests and diseases, and that ultimately allows us to change how we manage fertility and how we manage pests on the farm, and that means lower toxicity to the soil. So those are just some points that I wanted to share in terms of how we're making investments in soils, and just to reiterate the point that we look at it from the financial perspective, but the metrics that define that improvement in resilience of soil, the reduction in erosion, these are actually very important for our returns model, and something that we would like to have better data to help crystallize and quantify.
Oh, you've got a room full of academics. We love data. So yeah, that whole evidence base of what works on what soil and what climate zone, the rate of return, you know, how fast can you see changes? You just would love more of that data to be able to basically encourage your farmers to what they will get and when they will get it.
Yeah, absolutely. Benchmarks are very important. I mean, to Klaus's point, they are, you know, this is in their blood. This is their livelihood. and their people. So having that extra information to support the dialogue is really important. It is more than financial. Often the conversation is financial because that's our role. But it's also about values, and it's also about long-term vision and desires to build resilient farms. And the soil is the foundation on which you do that.
You're talking to the converted with. We believe the soil is the ultimate. So thank you so much, Julia. And finally, Anders.
Thank you. So my name is Anders Spohr. I'm a managing partner, as we talked about, in the Novo Holdings. And we are part of the Novo Group. And you probably know the Novo Nordisk Foundation is part of that. But before we start going through what we actually do and what we've learned, let me start a little bit higher up. First of all, I'm glad to be here. I am a farmer, while I'm also an investor. So I think it's really important what we do here. And the reason being, when you invest in the health of the planet, I mean, the solutions is in what we are talking about today. Why? If you look at how many gigatons is actually captured by photosynthesis, that's 1,000 gigatons. We pollute 40. That's a 25 times higher capture than there is actually emission. The problem is it's degraded in the soil by bacteria and it gets back into the atmosphere. Just imagine that you can change that. You can actually capture some of what the photosynthesis is doing while we still feed the world. It's not that we have the solution, but that's, from an investment point of view, probably more interesting than a CCS or whatever we do in the industry to do what we need to do. So this is what we set out to do. From whom we are, I mean, you probably know the Novo Nordisk Foundation. They give away grants, a lot of that into soil health also, so we're very active there. We are in the free part agreements in Denmark, taking a lot of land out of in the fjords to make sure we don't pollute them. But we also do a lot of innovation. And I think that's the core of what we do. We believe in fundamental science and technology, but it works fine doing articles, but reality, it works only when it gets out to the farmers and out into the fork and what we eat. And this is why it's so important when you look at all the solutions we're talking about. The farmer is in the middle. The farmer needs to make money, and coming back to the solutions. So we need to find a model where the farmer is actually making money while we do good for things. And this is the real interesting thing. So the way we invest is we look at all techno-economics, but we try to take ideas from one group in our group to another to make sure we can actually get it into scale. And here's an example from the foundation working on nitrogen and noxes coming out of soil degradation. Actually, it's not only the microbes that is doing that, it's also the plants. So you need to look at combination between microbes and plants. And you actually need to work on both, probably in a synergistic effect, to do what you need to do to reduce nitrogen emission, but also to increase soil health. So we invest in, I'll give an example, in Syed, which is doing genetics for barley, wheat, and rice. Why is that important? It's because we can see if we can unlock the plant genetics. We have investments or a lot of work done on the soil health, on the microbial things, and combining those two gives us solutions which actually would benefit the farmer. What have we learned and good and bad? I think the farming system is controlled to some extent by very large corporations, and they have a model by which they run genetics and chemistry. We have succeeded in disrupting it in one thing, using pheromones, meaning sex hormones for insects, instead of chemistry on the soil that stays there. But we also failed in the sense that actually disrupting the system to create something that is more biology on it or actually works better, it is not that easy. So we have good investments and bad investments, but it doesn't actually preclude us from keep doing it. And we are a $140 billion investment firm, which has this as one of the pillars of what we want to invest into.
Yes, so in that, because as I understand it, it's about risk. Who takes on the risk of trying a new product or bio rather than chemical or what have you? And you must have a pinch point where you've developed something where you would actually say this works. it works most of the time, and we now really, really support, and you would then roll it out. But some things fall, just like with drugs for our own health, there's sometimes you just go, it doesn't work enough times, it's not worth the risk. And you must have a formula or where you make that decision along the development chain.
Indeed. As I said, we've done a lot of investments, but I think what we are trying to do now is we probably come in a little bit later, where a lot of capital is needed for scaling. Sometimes there are a lot of startups, there are a lot of venture groups that is doing a lot of stuff, but then when they run out of money, somebody needs to keep going.
Right.
And this is where we kind of come in. Okay. So sometimes our tickets are $50 million or $100 million per investment, just to make sure we get the technology out to the farmers.
Short-termism is one of our biggest problems, isn't it? And you can help just keep things going. Thank you so much, Anders. So I now want you to put your future thinking hats on. You've all described where you are now, and I want you to think about what is it that excites you the most about what the future challenges are, where we're going, what we should do. Is it new novel technologies, which I suspect Anders will say? Is it expanding, moving to other countries, which it sounds like, Julia and Kat, you're doing? Or what is it that you are thinking to the future, if that isn't affecting you're willing to share with this wider community where your business is going next? And for this, Klaus, can I ask you to, where do we need to go? Where is it that Arla and you as an organic dairy farmer is thinking, I have to do this next?
As I was trying to explain before, we have this farmer head, we call it. We have all this point score. We have the same system, what you talk about. We put in the numbers for how much power, how much water we use, how much diesel we buy in, how much we pay for every year. So bottom line, every Arla farmer have to put this one in his system, so you can see how much effective you are on producing every liter of milk and corn and everything. So we need to be efficient on what we do and have a good soil and healthy soil, and also cropping all year around. So there's a lot of things going on, and the soil is the most important thing in our system. Also, if we take the soil out to nature, but it's still quite important. And also investing in farming, actually, I think it is a good investment as well, because a farmer, if he get extra money, he don't keep them. Us farmers don't like to have money, we like to have money to invest. Okay. We don't just buy a new car or summer house or something. We invest them because it's what we are and how we have been for a generation. We want to develop the farm, put money into the farm, have a better farm and better productive effective of what we spend.
It's basically the future investment money. It's just a cycle that goes round and getting better and better. Thanks, Klaus. Julia, what excites you and where are you going next?
So when I think about technologies that we like to see coming down the pipeline, and some of them we may be invested in, but others, more not necessarily so, we see a big opportunity in terms of new technology, how it can improve the management of a farm's production system on the basis of soil as a foundational layer of data. So probably many people in the room are knowledgeable or have heard of variable rate crop nutrition, so where you're applying the amount of fertilizer that a crop needs on the basis of the historical pattern of productivity of the farm. But you can extend that further. You can do seeding at a variable rate, where maybe you're actually planting higher densities of crops along areas that are more erodible to protect soils and your normal density in other areas. You can also imagine taking that to a prescription that is looking at specific varieties. These are advances that are coming because effectively the data processing that is needed to make those decisions and your machine learning algorithms are getting good enough to make that kind of prediction. So we see a big opportunity in terms of still tweaking the productivity of a farm and the protection of soil together through the use of this type of data. And in the EU context, I think the carbon removal certification framework is really exciting and coming down the pipeline to support carbon farming activities on EU farms. And that may be also related to the biochar framework within the CRCF, which we've actually been testing on our farms in the US. So that's an opportunity to improve the soil as well as potentially enhanced rock weathering is another method to provide co-benefits to soil along with carbon removals. And it's a real asset that the EU has this framework and can use it as a tool to incentivize certain activities on the farms that will be supportive of soil health.
Thank you. Anders.
Yeah, what excites me, let's start, first of all, we see the climate agenda actually changing and we can all get scared about it. But I think the change is that we are going for less subsidies and real technologies that can stand on its own feet, generating returns. I actually think that excites me a little bit because it means that we need to be more sharp in how we innovate. I mean, you need birth help, but you cannot have sustainable support to drive these things. And I think farming is a central part of that. I actually think it's an interesting investment area. So that excites me quite a lot. And being a scientist also, I think what excites me is, I think we have biology solutions out there that can actually capture quite a lot of carbon in the soil. We have a lot of debates around it. I mean, you have carbon compounds, biology compounds that can last for millions of years. Spores, for example. So what is it that we are not looking at that we need to find out? And in our foundation, we have, I think, a lot of money giving to actually just studying genetics of plants and microbes, hundreds of thousands years going back with an Esquivilas project that we have in the foundation, just studying the gene codes of plants and microbes to see what is it that we can find that we haven't found yet. And I think getting that into the real world excites me quite a lot.
Yeah. Climate change is a bit of a chicken and egg, isn't it? I mean, whenever I talk to people, the sheer security of supply chain, increased resilience is encouraging people now to take the leap because they can see there's not really an option. So we don't wish climate change on any of us, but actually it's finally helping everyone to understand we have to do things differently.
And can I just add one thing that also, it probably concerns me more is we have 1 billion people moving into middle class. They are increasing their consumption by 1,000 calories. And we need to feed the world. And some of us here in the Western world says that we don't eat meat. We are not the ones to tell them not to eat meat. They will do that. So I think as albeit we still have the climate piece, we also need to feed the world that is still growing. And give an example in India. We're looking a lot in India because the farm yields is dropping fast because carbon is taken out of the soil, and they are just increasing fertilizer to compensate for it. And we need to find solutions for that because soon we can't feed ourselves.
No, absolutely. So I think it's helping feeding themselves, but also offshoring, the risk of offshoring, which is something, and I think the mission can be very proud that our 7th goal or objective is not to increase our global footprint out. And we were very clear we needed to do that because one solution is to create a green and pleasant land for us in the EU and everything else. And we've kind of been through that and done that previous centuries, and we don't want to do it again. So help them support themselves and also make sure that we take our responsibility for our own food production. Thank you, Anders. And Kat.
Thank you. I want to take us to talk about outcome measurement. I'm quite excited about that, not because just that's what I do with my team, but I think, picking up on what Julia was saying about we need, robust indicators and alignment around how we measure soil health consistently. I think there's a lot happening today, certainly in the private world, around different frameworks and international standards about the metrics that matter and matter for different audiences. We work a lot with private sector, but also public entities and obviously farmers. And all those audiences have a right to that outcome measurement information, and they use it for different purposes, right? So, Klaus might use it to inform his next planning cycle on farm, whereas, the corporate world and the ag-food businesses might use it for their corporate disclosures and reporting. So we need, a very sophisticated, monitoring systems that answer all those needs. And I think there's a lot happening at the moment, technology-wise, digital platform-wise. It's a whole, array of providers in that world, and it's hard to know which one to go for and to risk locking yourself, being wedded to one technology when in fact things are moving so fast and there's so many choices that it doesn't make sense to just pick one, but actually to remain quite nimble and flexible and have a way to more kind of tap into or interoperate with different platforms. And I think that's what Lens is trying to figure out at the moment, is how do we remain super flexible and open to measuring different things. So we have a way of reporting impact. We've produced our first impact report last year with some really impressive numbers that are being reported and quoted elsewhere. But I think for me, we need technologies that are scalable and cost effective. And I think looking at this audience, you all will have some brilliant ideas of how to measure soil health. I'd like to come and hear from you and meet you during the project presentations later on about how do we do this at scale in the real world. I'd love to hear more about that.
That's lovely, thank you. And I think, yes, as you saw with all the projects, there's a lot of projects and indicators and monitoring, and what I hear is it's kind of a trade-off between not spending so much money on the monitoring and indicators. We need to get on and do what we know works as well. And in the mission, we were very clear about, we do know some stuff that you need to stop doing and start doing, and we need to develop new innovative technologies. And what's the balance of getting that standardized monitoring, efficient monitoring program that everyone doesn't start playing the system by saying, oh, if I measure on this one, I get more numbers than if I measure on that system. Is that a concern? I mean, that's what you mean about flexibility, not getting tied into one, but still some kind of standardization would help?
I think for us, it's more about data integrity. I think, and in terms of, particular soil organic carbons, one in particular. So, there's multiple ways to measure that. And I think we've gone for one end of the spectrum of doing it through detailed sampling, statistical modeling behind it, and have a provider that does that very well and is well recognized in this space for doing that. But there are other remote sensing opportunities to do that differently, and navigating that is difficult if you're not a soil scientist, right? So I think that's, for me, is one to look out for.
Which leads us delightfully into the last question before I come to Slido. So hopefully, some of you, I've not got Slido up yet, but I will whilst the panel answer this third question, which is, today we're here thanks to the mission, and what can we do to support your companies going forward? But also crucially to encourage others to take the leap. You're all early adopters, you're already in there, and you're almost on a trajectory. But we know, well, one estimation is only 20% of businesses are doing what you might call positive nature investments. That's low, and that needs to go to way, way more. We need the majority. So what do you think the mission should focus on, or what innovative technologies, testing out different finance models, blending public and private, these efficient methods for data? I mean, it's interesting, so many of you have talked about data. Can I just ask you to work your way through that? So Julia, you're first this time. Thank you.
Sure. So one of the learnings that we have from 14 years of running our firm is that moving from living labs and lighthouse type setups into demoing at scale in farmers' hands can be an incredible motivator and incentivizer for adoption of practices. It is very attractive to other farmers in the neighborhood when they see those practices at scale on the land. And being able to see more of that through the soil mission, I would say would be generally, from my perspective, very, very supportive of the outcomes that we're looking for. I already mentioned benchmarks earlier, and I think that tools fundamentally are very important. So on our farm, we measure the emissions for every single crop that is produced on every farm by every farmer every year. This is creating for ourselves a baseline, because that data effectively doesn't exist, against which we could compare our farm's performance to that of others. We're using the Cool Farm tool as the tool for this calculation, and if there were similar tools that could be used to evaluate and better understand the impact of the practices that we are investing in on other measures of soil, for example, erosion or salinization or compaction, whether coupled with in-field measurements or not, we'd be definitely very open to that, and I think that would be supportive of these types of investments, regardless of whether the farms are located in one country or one continent or another.
Thank you. And Anders?
Yeah, I think speed. Sometimes we are pedestrian. We talk a lot, and I'm back to not only you, but in generally. I think COVID, we fixed it pretty fast. Why don't we try similar thinking around this? We need to move. I think the capital is there. I really think it's getting out to science application at farm scale as fast as possible. And I think the mission can actually help that. Get it on the agenda, but also probably less citations and more just real world stuff. Sorry.
Thank you. And who's the cat next?
Yeah, I can pick up on what Anders just said. I totally agree. I think for us, you know, it's hard to get landscape initiatives started. That people U-curve that you saw earlier. It takes time and effort to get people to align behind shared values and outcomes, and that takes money too, right? To get the right teams in place to have those and nurture those conversations. So, for me, there's definitely. I want to talk about blended finance. I want to say that there's a need to really kind of work hand in hand between initiatives that are on the ground and our kind of landscape orchestrators that tap into private sector money. But we need the public sector money to work for us too, and to really, deliberately align the same values, meaning, the farm incentive payments that, through the EU CAP and the eco schemes, let's make sure that they, work for the same purpose to what the private sector wants out of the landscape too. That means very, very boring things, but and hard skills, but, aligning, monitoring framework so that we're not duplicating the burden excuse me, on farmers or project implementers to collect. It needs to be aligned, and the time of contracts also, and payments to farmers, all that needs to be aligned and harmonized. So these are kind of just management things, but I think it'd be good to align on that and spend time on that. Thank you.
Terrific, thank you. And finally, Klaus.
Sorry. Yeah, but it's the same what's been said up here. We can move much faster. We just need the right tools and the right eyes to look at it, because also in Denmark there is a government rule for something, so we're not allowed to move in one direction because they want to put us in another direction. It's also a ruling of the government in the different countries. They maybe should have a better view or another view of what we do with the farming. And also with the system, with the loan for farmers, right. It's also rules for in the different countries. So also have to look on this, actually who invest in the farming and who owns the companies. And but we can do much more, like Anders is saying. We are just, my kind of view is just starting, because it's interesting. The thing that is going on in Europe with the farming, also another view on it, because in Spain there is a much more dry period. They cannot have the same amount of animals and crops, and so we need to be better to produce much more where we are sure to could produce it. Yeah. So we need to step up, and we can do it. We just need to be brave and actually decide we want to do it, because talk about it don't move a shit. Just to put it, we need to decide we want to move and put maybe not a whole foot, but just a half foot in front of the other one, and then just off we go.
Yeah, which hopefully the mission can absolutely help with. And that whole thing about soil literacy and communication, of just trying to accelerate this whole process of getting faster take-up of what we know works, and that data. There are so many questions in Slido. You're here for the next 2 hours, just not really. And now I've got the horrible job of picking some questions. So, and some are to you specifically, and some are to you more generically. So I'm going to go for something. Because we heard the word photosynthesis, which I love. I started as a botanist before I realized plants need soil, and so then I moved into the soil. So how do we actually invest in natural processes, photosynthesis, soil, and not always feel like we need a new technology stack on top? So that's it's interesting. So Anders, you were very much on the new technologies, what have you. But actually photosynthesis, we have never beaten it, right? No one has ever beaten the efficiency rate of converting solar to energy that nature did itself. So there's this thing of working with nature as well as developing new technologies. Does anyone want to take that balance, or how do we do that? Anyone want to take that one? I know it's quite an open question. Go on, Anders.
I disagree. No, of course. I mean, the amount of effort you do to the solution that is in front of you is what matters. So if there are solutions in front of you, you should take them, right?
Right.
And I think this is why, and it's probably also part of the mission is, let's not try to invent the wheel if it's already there. I have my doubts, but that's why I still believe in very much advanced technologies. But I tend to agree. But I think sometimes you have to listen to those that are out in the field doing stuff also. And sometimes the solutions are very close to what we do today. Simple practices. Waste, I mean, the amount of waste we do. I mean, so I tend to agree that there are different, but I must say that if you're kind of below 3-4% productivity improvements, it's hard to invest in and attract the capital. So I think one thing, and this is probably my biggest wish, is today we have 90% of all capital is sitting in infrastructure funds that are doing windmills and solar panels. Think about attracting that capital. They don't get any more, I mean, lower and lower returns. If we can attract the capital into this, trust me, the innovation cycle and everything is going. And if we can do it on existing technology, fine. If we need new, even better. But I think this is at least my dream. If we can start looking at that money coming into this, I think the solution is just in front of us.
Great, and that leads me to the next question, which, Kat, is for you. Because you didn't actually mention, where does this lovely 24 million come from? Who is it that provides the funding for LENS? That's what one of the questions. So the money that you distribute through the landscape, who provides that finance?
Great question, and yeah, I missed it out on purpose to see if it would.
You got caught.
So most of our funding comes from food and beverage manufacturing companies, water companies, local councils, you name it. Any entity that has a material dependency on the landscape, either through because they have business operations, they have a factory, and they need that supply of resilience, or entities like local authorities that have a mandate to care for their constituents and want to make sure that flood risk, for example, don't wash away a town like we have often these days, and so that funding comes from them, Bridget, and funds us for multiple years, and most of that funding actually goes to the farmers. I think 80% of the money that flows for us ends up in farmers' hands, basically, to directly fund the practices that have been mentioned by the panel today. And some of that actually is through not necessarily technology, actually just helping them through that cost of transition to de-risk, the switching from high input systems to low input systems. In fact, I think a lot of the investments in soil health is around just changing your system, and you can't just do that in one go overnight. It takes time. It's a system, right? So taking the de-risking that transition and risk for farmers is what we are about. And
so that goes to what Klaus was saying, is that sometimes just low interest loans to help that transition is one approach. Finding a company like yourself might be another one. So we've got some questions about, well, we've got one saying, if you were an EU farmer and you wanted to do something, who'd you go to? Where do you start? CAP is one way, but I think we're here for finding other in addition to CAP. Where would you start? If you're an EU farmer, would it be go and talk to your local people, or do you go onto the EU website, mission website? What? You've got the microphone, go for it, Kat.
Okay. So we're all about networks and about knowing, in the landscape, what is there in terms of business support for farmers, or farmers are connected people by nature. I'm sure Klaus will talk to that. Whether they have agronomy advisors or neighbours that just and are connected in the landscape and will know of opportunities. But for us, we work a lot through supply aggregators, grain aggregators, that are in those supply chains and connect us all the way to some of the end buyers that fund lends. So that's one way of doing it. Is a lot of them have programs on the go and available financing options. And I think what's the sweet spot for farmers is to really stack those different types of funding available to us, so public farmer incentive payments as well as private sector, and concessional finance you mentioned.
Yeah.
That's another thing.
Is that the proper phrase? Right, concessional.
So farmers using, for example, MRV data, the impact data that we help them obtain on their farms is used to then obtain a loan at a better rate with their local bank.
Smashing, thank you. So when we think about, so Julia, you've got one here, and I don't know whether this is almost like unintended consequences. Does it end up, when you work with farmers, that the land actually becomes more expensive because they've got better quality of land, and then that excludes new farmers coming into the... Is there an unintended... I mean, it seems like a slightly perverse thing, but have you crossed that issue?
Well, yes, of course.
Yes.
We think about this. The factors that drive changes in land value are multiple ones, and they're complex. It is unlikely that improved productivity on a single farm will drive up value across a neighborhood of farms.
Oh, really?
It might drive up value on that farm, but that's indeed the returns model, right?
Right.
So, we are facing a stark demographic transition in agriculture across many developed countries, and that reality of how to bring the next generation into agriculture while also providing the exit opportunity for those that have invested already 30 years is something that I believe requires a lot of thought and is not at all a simple issue. It has many complex factors, including demographics and development pressure. And so when we look at it, we think about, what is the value creation that we want to see for the land, and then who would this land be most valuable to in the future? And it may be the person who is farming it. And that means that over time, one develops a way to make that transition possible.
Great. Thank you. Klaus, one for you now. So how do you know or estimate the business case and the whole, reason for, the return of inspiration? What's your experience of the carbon model versus the Arla point system? Which, as I understand it, with the Arla point system, it's far more broader. But the carbon's, credit system is there. Do you balance those out? Do people tend to go for one or the other? How are you balancing those two, and how do your farmers tend to see those two play out? Carbon versus Arla points, which is broader scale.
Of course, not every farmer have a good view on it because every new thing in the start is a little bit scaring. Can I get the points for it? Is it something for me? It's too risky. Can I do it? But now it's been going on for 6-7 years. In the last 3-4 years, it's been upscaling. So the most Arla farmers is trying to get the most out of the point score. And in Arla, we have a future goal in 2030.
Okay.
We should be carbon neutral.
Okay.
But I guess we need to move a little bit forward, but we need to have a goal to go at. And then if you don't need the goal, you can push it a little bit. But if you just put it 30 years out, it's too long before actually people start to change.
Yeah, everyone just says, oh, we'll deal with that.
Because we
later
can
on.
change faster, so you need to have the goal much closer to you, and then you can push it a little bit if...
Yeah. So it is a bit of a, we have our carbon and it's great, but I think in the mission we have always been very clear that soil health is more than just carbon. It is, and it's also more than just farming, although we decided to focus on farming for this first panel. As you know, the breakout sessions are going to focus on forestry and urban as well. Anders, it looks like you want one last talk.
My biggest concern is actually drought.
Right, exactly.
Right? I mean, my point is, if you don't have any water, you have nothing. And sometimes we have seen farming crops in Europe at the brink of just, coming down. I mean, April, May, dry, your harvest sucks. So I think there's much more than soil health and carbon capture. I think really we need to take a look on the climate change that hits the fact that we don't get the same amount of water.
We always say the next wars are always going to be about water, actually not petroleum, but yeah. And organic matter, of course, helps with moisture management and what have you. We have so run out of time. Sasha is jumping up and down very quietly over there. So I just want to give a huge thanks to our panel. We could keep going. There's lots more questions in Slido. Are there opportunities for them to answer?
So much. Thank you very much. Thank you to everyone online who's asked questions. Are you all happy if people approach you during the lunch break? Fabulous, because when you look at Slido yourself, you'll be like, oh wow, there's huge conversations going on here. So, and also, Bridget, are you happy if people approach you as well for more?
Of course, I'm here all 2 days.
Okay, so during lunch then, expect queues of people coming to talk to you. But delegates, thank you so much for such an amazing panel.
Thank you, panel.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. While our panelists are leaving the stage, I've got quite a lot of information to tell you now. Bridget has mentioned, in fact, many people have mentioned the projects. What we've done is we're going to try and give you as much information now and as much sort of real life experience as we possibly can. So we have our project trail for you. 15 different projects. This year we've actually looked at all the projects that started in 2022 and we've grouped them in different areas. So they're in 7 different areas. For example, we've got soil data, circular economy, carbon farming, we've got awareness and engagement, all sorts of different areas. And we have got different groups that you are in. The idea is you will see everything. So if you look now at your badge, on the front of your badge, you have a number here. It says the project trail number. So we've split you into different groups. So just so I can check this is working, raise your hands if you're number 1. Yeah, okay. Number 5. Oh, looking. All right. Number 6. Yeah, okay, you get the picture. So what we've done is we have given every group a leader. Right, leaders now are at the sides of the room, holding up their numbers. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I can't see 6. Yes, there's 6 and 7. Fabulous. So they are the leaders that you will now, in a moment, go and find, and they will take you around the project trail. You'll see everything. It's going to be quite quick, but we've given you enough time to have a chat with everyone, and then of course you can go back later if you would like. Obviously this is just for people in the room, so my apologies for those who are watching us online. We also then will have lunch. After that, your group leaders will ensure you're in the right place for lunch, and then the breakout sessions after lunch. Again, if you don't know or can't remember, your breakout is on the front of your badge, so you can see where you are going. And we will make sure that during the lunch break, we have people to guide you to the right place for your breakout. If you are watching us online, we'll do a recap of the breakouts for you when we come back in this room. So we will all be back together again at 4:15. So we've got time now to really get in depth and have all those conversations as well. So delegates, if I can ask you to now stand up, find your group member, and we'll start the project trail, and we'll be all back together again and online as well at 4:15. Thank you. This is just, hello, good afternoon. If you're in the room, don't worry about this. This is just a message to all the people who are joining us online. Lovely to have you there. Thank you very much for coming back, making us part of your afternoon. It's just gone 4:10 here in Aarhus, so we'll be starting the conference again, starting the mainstream in about 4 minutes from now. So just time to get yourself a cup of coffee if you're in the office or at home, and then join us at 4:15, where we'll be starting with a recap of the breakout sessions that everyone here at the university has been enjoying. So we will see you in about 4 minutes. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, as you come into the hall, if you are part of a living lab, can I ask you to come and sit in the front couple of rows, please? So if you're here as part of a living lab, please could you come and sit towards the front of the hall? That would be lovely. Thank you very much. Hello, good afternoon and welcome back to the afternoon plenary sessions here at Mission Soil Week at Aarhus University. Thank you very much for making us part of your afternoon here. Thank you if you are joining us online. And if you are online, and I know that we have hundreds of people joining us there, I don't want to make you envious, but we have had some fantastic breakout sessions, a great lunch and a fantastic project trail. Do we agree? Yes, absolutely. What I would like to do before we start, actually, these events are all about making those incredible connections as well as learning the information. So I think it's always nice just to find out how many new contacts you've got. So let's have a quick show of hands here in the room. Who has managed to speak to at least one person that they've never met before? Okay, I'm laughing because literally the whole room. Okay, 5 new contacts. Oh, you're doing what? Okay, 10 new contacts. Okay, 15. 15? Yes, 15. All right, anyone wants to be? Oh, okay. All right, who's going to tell me that they've got more than 25 new contacts? Brilliant. Well, you've all done really well. And then one other question. Who else has got one of their wonderful soil papers? It's like, yes, I'm looking forward to planting that one later. So we've had some really, really good, intense breakout sessions. And when I say intense, I hope you'd agree with that word because there's been so much information, so many different thoughts, so many real-life case studies and examples that people have very kindly shared and given us a real insight into what they are doing in their particular part of the sector, of the industry. So what we thought we would do is just give you just a really brief idea, not a full recap, because we can't do that, but a brief idea of some of the things that were discussed and what's come out of the breakout sessions. So could I just ask Adrian, Teresa and Diego just to come and join me on stage? Lovely, thank you very much. Do you want me? Are you all right? You're good, thank you. Fabulous. Come and take a seat. Grab a microphone. So we have Adrian Ferrero, who was in the agricultural session. Teresa, who was in forestry. I was sitting at the back of that one, listening to that one. And Diego, looking all sorts of different things to do with the urban environment as well. So 3 different areas. We no doubt will find some overlap in some of the things that you talked about. But I'd just like you to concentrate on some of the lessons learned, maybe even from some of the questions that you got. And Teresa, do you want to start first? So let's look at, so you were concentrating on forestry, so those sort of business case ideas and models, business models when it comes to forestry.
Yes, okay, thank you very much. So we had a very lively session with a lively discussion, and we were mainly focusing on these financing mechanisms from both the public and the private, and the combination of the public and the private, which I think it's very important. So it's market-based instruments, such as nature and carbon credits, but also blended financial solutions. So we had 4 presentations, 2 related with projects from Thomas Lundhed from the University of Copenhagen on market-based instruments in Europe, and a lot about modeling, how you can model the financial contribution. Austria from the Latvian State Forest Research Institute about the project Invest Soil, so also business models. Then we had the private sector, which we talked a lot about, Marko Mäki-Akola from Finland, which is dealing with, which represents a lot of forest owners, 260,000 members. And he presented the Luon Tovart service and digital marketplace. So it's in place, it's functioning, and it provided a lot of sources for the discussion. And then Simone Macaferi from the Circle of Bio-Based Europe showed more the public-private mechanisms, how they work. So that's what we dealt with. And then the main outcomes were about these innovations and how they can be scaled up. We discussed a lot the combination, as I said, from public and private, And the case of Finland, because there's a lot already there. There's many forest owners. There's a lot of forest in Finland. But can it be just transferred to other cases, to other countries where you have more fuzzy forest? We discussed about the definition of what exactly is the forest, which provides which nature services. And of course, an old forest is not the same as a new plantation, but how you define, for instance, silvopastoral systems in relation to intensive forests, or this kind of, the need for definition was raised. Then there was challenges as the societal knowledge, also the societal interest in this type of systems, the market standards, the governance, the integrity of the credits, especially the biodiversity credits, and the difficulty in measuring these credits, and the risk of which need to be addressed. For instance, in Southern Europe, the risk of forest fires is huge. How you integrate these in the financial mechanisms, and what is the role of the state in relation to the private sector there. So the difference between the different contexts, so the regional context, not just the biophysical differences, but then also the type of landowners you have, the societal awareness, the socioeconomic setting, all these is different and needs to be taken in consideration. So when we develop models, we need to take in consideration this regional differentiation across the different regions in Europe. Then there was the question, which was much discussed, about the need or no need for regulation. What type of regulation? And that some are against regulation. Then I think we agreed, and yeah, the participants will say if it's right or not, that we agree that some regulation is needed, and some, so that in order to bring more credibility to the systems existing, and avoid greenwashing. That was really, so maybe a good point is to discuss these markets and the regulation at the local or regional level, and not make it very European-wide. So the scale is important for the regulation. And then something else which was discussed is that the public support in terms of payment is much needed in order to boost also the private investment afterwards, because of the question of risks, because of changing behaviors from the start. So we need to not forget that public financing is still needed, even if there are private mechanisms. Yeah.
I think it was a really interesting session with lots of different areas covered. And Teresa, you've just talked about this now. There was a real discussion as to where you go with the certifications and the regulations and those sort of tick boxes, really, and that fine balancing line between too much or actually still needing it. And there was quite a bit of passion there, wasn't there? Yeah. It was a very interesting discussion. So let's move on, Adrian, to you. So agriculture, you were looking at. Did you have a passionate discussion about those models there?
Actually, the first thing that got my attention was that the room was full, was crowded.
Good.
So there was a lot of people attending, and the way we organized the breakout session, we started with an introduction on, let's say, more academic perspective on the variables impacting business models in agriculture. There we learned about the ROI, but it doesn't stand for return on investment, or not just on that, but return of inspiration as a added value for social innovation. And then we move into a panel where we have a little bit more practical approach with corporates and practitioners. And there we got very interesting conclusions, because we were speaking about the variables that makes business models successful in agriculture. And there what we realize is that everything is around the farmers. So the farmer is the center of any business model, together with the land, and corporations and consumers also play a crucial role in any business model that we want to build around agriculture or in agriculture. And then we were speaking also about how data was playing a role here, and the relevance of identifying the pain point. So listen to the community, to the farmers, to the consumers, to the corporates, because that's going to ensure that we provide something that makes sense. Also, talk a common language. That was a topic that we share, harmonization. There was a really heated discussion around indicators.
Right.
And how meaningful they are, or how we should. But at the end, the conclusion was we have to harmonize on how and agree on what are the relevant indicators, and be as open-minded as possible to accept those that are good enough. So on top of that, we're talking about how to measure the return on investment on these models, which is yield in crops when it comes to agriculture, but also resilience, especially, and then we move into the challenges that we're facing with these models. Climate change is one of them. Actually, the sustainability is a dimension that is not as important when it comes to building a business model, because it's the first thing that people throw away if anything doesn't work. So, but it's also difficult to differentiate. So once you build a business model based on soil health, how you differentiate to other businesses that are, let's say, conventional if you are a farmer. And that was a very big thing, because it's important to create confidence also around soil health. And this impacts mainly consumers when it comes to healthy soil lifestyle and so on. And we were speaking that the soil monitoring law is really timely. So it comes just in time when we need, because that visibility is very important. And then finally, we were talking about what the mission soil could do to encourage these business models in agriculture. And there were very good common understanding on case studies, so sharing clear case studies on profitable models that work. For sure, funding is crucial, especially for field trials, training for farmers, for agronomists, and for consumers as well. This is something we highlighted, and sharing information about everything that is happening.
You got through a lot.
Mm-hmm. Finally,
yeah, go on.
Talking about certifications, there was also a conversation around labels.
Labels?
Labels.
As in consumer labels, consumer-facing labels?
Yeah, and actually it was a mix.
I was going to say, did you actually manage to come to any conclusion on that?
Not in that regards, labels are not the channel.
Not the channel?
The channel, not the way to really encourage those business models for soil health.
Oh, interesting. Who else was in Adrian's group? Yeah, that sounds like that was a really good...
It was crowded.
It was crowded room, yeah. You had a really good discussion. Diego, did you have a nice full room? So yours was urban, that's what you were concentrating on.
Yeah. Yes, that's right. It was a challenging topic because it's completely changing the framework. The idea here is that soil has to be thought as an integral part of an ecosystem that is already populated. So it's naturally a living lab. And we had, and also it's interesting, the case of industrial areas that has to be completely repurposed, redeveloped, because they were subject to very radical transformation. So we had a case of creating a new product like Technosol. We had a case of circular economy into cities using bio-wastes, so involving coupling a function of the cities, which is to dispose wastes, with the behavior of the population. And we had a case of urban planning, thinking in times. So a project who took 20 years, can you think of that? I mean, that is also a challenge, the time and the time dimension. And it was very interesting, but what is lacking there, for example, are metrics to measure the benefits. So that was something that came up from the audience in a very important way. And then we had a number of creative actions involving citizens with new social models. And I want to mention here something that is very nice. It's tile flipping contest. So
sorry, what, a tile?
Tile. I mean, you remove the tile from the ground.
Oh, tile, not a tie.
No, not a tie, a tile.
Tile, yeah.
Yeah. So it's a liberating action, destructive, creative action. I think where you involve the citizens and you transfer and communicate really the meaning of de-sealing soils, providing value, because for sure something that came up from the session is that we need communication action. We have to measure the value, but also we have to communicate the value.
That was a great idea. When I thought you said tie, I was thinking we're getting rid of the formality or something, but no, tie makes sense.
Also, it was in the style of the session for sure to remove the tie, but in that case was to remove tiles, so this seal.
I like that. I like that. Who was in Diego's session? Fabulous. Are you all signed up to tile flipping?
The good ones.
The good ones. One of the big questions, the big challenges that came up in your session about forestry, Teresa, was de-risking investments. And there were some really good examples given in the question time at the end, where people in the audience, delegates, were sitting there saying that actually there was it was a delegate from Ireland who was talking about, was it ash dieback? Yeah. And have you used them as it? Yeah, and also someone else obviously talking about flooding and forest fires. And I bet you had exactly the same conversations, albeit around different areas, but how you de-risk something, particularly when we're also looking at climate change at the moment as well.
I don't think we came up to solutions. I mean, we came that this needs to be considered also because in the forest you have this long-term, the long-term needs or the long-term scale for a forest to grow. So if something happens, it will take a long time again to reconstruct what was there. So we didn't really talk about the solutions, but we talked about this needs to be taken in consideration, and maybe there's this mixture between state and private financial mechanisms is especially needed for the forests investment in these nature credits, I think.
De-risking, that was you as well, wasn't it? Yeah.
This was not covered in the panel, but I will say decreasing the fear of failure. That would be my takeaway there. Because if we are okay on failing, on trying something, we are going to attempt to do it, and we might be successful. So that's how you de-risk, especially talking about business, running a business, promoting, or doing something different in your business.
But Adrian, that's a cultural issue. That's a cultural challenge, isn't it? That fear of failure, particularly as well when we're looking at the public sector, when you've got short electoral cycles, when you've got the whole political wheel in there as well. That fear of failure, things going wrong, particularly when you've got such a long-term horizon as you're talking about in forestry. Diego, did you talked about de-risking as well?
No, the point and the problem there is not risking. The problem is to create value and to measure the value. Show that in the cities, renovating cities, changing the way we use the soil, and teach the citizens how to use the soil is the key point. How to transfer that and how to show that you can create the case for a business model. Because if we want models, we need also to show they are effective. Yeah. So it's not a problem of risk. The problem really is to measure the quantity of the value that you are producing, also the social discount rate. So in 20 years, how you can measure an impact, an effect that will come with such a delay.
How do you measure the social engagement? Yeah. So it's so important. Sounds like some really, really good discussions were had there. And you've got plans to follow up? I'm sure people in the room were getting in touch with each other.
Yeah, not really in the session, but just after, I mean, we were discussing, I would like just to add this dimension that the de-risking can also be a matter of scaling up and working at the landscape scale, as we heard this morning, because in forest, it's not only the forest management which matters, but it's the surrounding landscape which matters for the fire risk, for the erosion, for the pest management. So I think this would be an approach, something we need to take on in the future. And then more assessments of these, where is the state intervention needed and how much it combines with the private. I think we need more assessments on that.
That whole public-private balance, collaboration, partnership, absolutely. Thank you so much for joining us. Thanks for running us through that. And Diego, Adrian, Teresa, thank you very much. Thank you. Adrian, do you want some help, or are you okay? You're okay, yeah. What we thought we would do now, some brilliant ideas, brilliant conversations there. Well, lovely, thank you very much. Great conversations there. What we want to do now is take this a step further. Now, you heard this morning that there's going to be a brand new conference, a new way of bringing everyone together. And if you're watching us online now or here in the room, this is really the first time that we can talk about this now and really start to plan it. And we thought the best thing to do is now give you the opportunity to give all your ideas, because you've got so many contacts, so many different people, so many different parts of the industry that you know. We want your ideas and your input as to how this gets done. So it's next year, it's next spring, and it's very much an open slate at the moment. So what I'd like you to do is everyone now get your phones out for me. That's the Slido QR code. And I'm going to do it on Slido as well so that we have a record of it, so that the Mission Soil Secretariat can go over all your ideas. So if you're watching us online, you can also get involved in this, and please do. So use the QR code and you yourself can start sending ideas. I'm just going to go and grab my laptop because it's got a better internet signal so I can see all your ideas coming in. And just to give us some sort of ideas. So maybe you want to give us some ideas of who you would like to see in the room. Who should be invited? What should the ideas be there? And as well as who's invited, what could they bring? What sort of ideas could they bring to it as well? Would you like maybe some investment network speed dating? Would you like some knowledge hubs? Would you like, maybe you still feel that there's a lot more education that's needed. So that's the sort of thing that we should be talking about, or having education rooms, or roundtables discussing different things. What do you think that it should be? What would make it exciting? And I'm starting to get your comments. Thank you. And we've already got some great ones, actually. What about a knowledge hub for a European farmer? This actually comes from one of the... I like that. More farmers participating. I think the whole room will probably vote on that one. Okay, but if farmers are here, if more farmers are here, what do you want them to do, or what do you want them to receive? Yes, we can have lots more farmers here, but actually in where's the value? Obviously there's lots of value, but exactly where is the value? Tell us what you think there. Youth. Yeah, great idea, so that we concentrate on different demographics as well. And I'm guessing that's young farmers as well. So I've got a slightly different screen. I can see them as they come in. So end users and farmers, policy makers, especially those designing and implementing the CAP at national levels. Who just said startups and young companies? Good idea, great idea. Great idea, get some startups in the room. Okay, another one, anonymous one. People invite investors, bankers and matchmakers and matchmake them. Provide ways to get things going. So the idea there is to matchmake between those with the money and those that need the money. Who wanted local government here in charge of urban planning? Good idea, nice idea, that one. Food industries, farmers and landowners and investors. Someone else saying, oh yes, more for policy. So many people asking for policies. More women. It's not too bad. Believe me, I've seen a room with a lot less women. It's not that bad. More real-life case studies from land managers like municipalities and farmers. Okay. Some of the questions that we had earlier, which I thought was quite interesting, was how to reach farmers who are out of the radar of agencies and companies. So maybe there's a new network almost that needs to be created. Workshops on specific topics, that one's just come in. Please put justice in this. Focusing on finance without justice will not enable a just transition. Making money, but at what cost? Who benefits and who loses? I think that would certainly have to be a discussion there, wouldn't it? So one just come in now. For agriculture, I would suggest focusing on crops and key practices for improving soil health. Can I ask, do you think that we should have knowledge sessions so that those in the investment community can understand more about the farming life, maybe? Do you think that's a good idea, or is that actually not needed? More links with teachers. We have to listen to farmers. Okay, I like this one. Someone wants small business angels here. Whoever wanted the small business angels? Always the people with the money. Okay, good comment. We need real farmers and real agronomists. They are the ones that advise farmers. No more of this romantic view of farming that's so far from reality. Where's Anne? Anne from Harvest Care, who's put her name on it. Thank you, Anne. Invite the healthcare sector. When we talk about soil health, they are the connection to human health and a great partner in financing planetary health. Are you originally from healthcare? I hope some other people heard that, but I think the answer was no, but I think it's very clear they need to be there. Yeah, thank you. Gosh, so many ideas. One's just that come in that's just said citizen. Let's have a quick show of hands in the room. Who feels there should just be more ordinary citizens? Okay, thank you. We've got so many ideas on this. Propose a knowledge framework for actions having differences according to different stakeholders. A knowledge framework, I think that's an excellent idea. So maybe different round tables or something where people can sit there and explain exactly what happens. Someone else has just said insurance companies. That very much echoes what Willem was saying in the keynote earlier as well. Decision makers, MEPs. Who wants to see a load of MEPs here? We had some laughter. Need all stakeholders. Banks and supply chain mini collaborative roundtables, okay? With farmers discussing how they could all get value from the change in data on the ground. So maybe an idea to have a round table with a farmer on one, a bank on another round table. Okay, we're getting so many now. So what's going to happen is you can keep going with these. We've had over 127 responses in the last, 6-7 minutes. Thank you. That's amazing. Keep going. Philanthropic institutions. I like this. I could just keep going. But what I'd like you to do is keep sending your ideas. All of these will be looked at by the Mission Soil Secretariat. They'll read all of them. I'm sure we can probably bulk them into groups as well and just take some of those ideas. It's absolutely clear that you think more farmers and to get all those investors and to do some sort of matchmaking exercise as well. So that is brilliant. Thank you. So that is slated for next spring. I think I'm right in saying there's not an exact date yet. No, I'm getting a shake of the head. So there's not an exact date yet. It's still very much in the planning process, but no doubt you will hear in good time, and you have been the first people to know that this is happening as well. So it's a real case of listening to what is needed within Mission Soil and putting this together, and it'll happen next spring. So thank you very much for that. I think just for 127 responses in 2 minutes, a big round of applause. That was amazing. That was great, really, really great. What we're going to look at now is how to engage with mission soil. We're hearing a lot about engagement from Diego there, actually. He was talking about citizen and community engagement. We're now going to look at the different ways that mission soil is trying to engage all stakeholders. We'll talk about the manifesto in a moment, but I wanted to start with the mission soil ambassadors, people who live and breathe healthy soils, those that are absolutely committed to sustainability and those healthy soils. We've got at the moment 37 selected individuals. There they are. Here they come. Anyone in the room? Raise your hand for me if you are an ambassador. I know that we've got a couple here. There they all are. It's fabulous to see them. Well, it's time now to introduce 3 more ambassadors, 3 new recruits to the ranks. Please welcome here in the audience from France, Perrine Bulgaroni, and from Poland, Anna Danilczeko. Come and join me. Thank you. Hi. Hello, hi. Good to see you. Come and take a seat. Now, I said we'd have 3. We do have one more as well. We also have Julie Skovgaard, who is from Denmark. Sadly, Julie actually couldn't be with us today, but we will hear from her in a moment. Let's just meet you two first. I'll tell you what I'll do. Take 30 seconds and do a quick introduction, where you're from, and I don't know, your part of the world, your part of the country, and what your passion is.
So I'm from France, from Normandy, and I've been a farmer for more than 20 years, and I'm sorry, since I was in the previous session, I might repeat some of the things I've said before.
Perrine, it's lovely to have you here. And
so my name is Anna, and I'm not a farmer, but I work with farmers for over 15 years. And I'm a founder of the Ground Up Foundation, which is an organization that trains advisors and farmers in all those topics that are not in the current curriculums and should be.
So as you say, you're not a farmer, but you've worked in that community. So do you have farming within your family, or what made you get involved in this area?
Actually, it's quite funny. I was on the business side in publishing houses dealing with education and education methodology. And family business actually was involved in farming. And I decided 15 years ago to go for it. The fun fact is that I'm born 5th of December, which is International Soil Day. So I guess somehow it's a vocation.
I mean, it was destined.
But, yeah, I just discovered that after a few years of being in the industry. And to be more serious, I think that it's very important to translate the language from scientist and business into the farm understandable language. And this is something that is very helpful when someone knows the methodologies, the neuroscience that helps to do this process easier.
So you've come from that education background, the education of the publishing, and then into farming. But you say your family was in farming.
Yeah, working for years. So we have direct access to almost 10,000 farmers, and we created a Facebook group with 60,000 farmers in Poland involved. We engage also advisors that help them to take advantage from eco schemes. We help them day to day, with very realistic problems. So I'm this person who maybe do not feel that well in the big halls like this one, but I'm more often on the fields with farmers and with advisors, organizing programs for them.
I think that's fine. There's a lot of people that'll be far more comfortable out in a field than sitting here trying to justify it. No, that's all good. So tell me, so you're a farmer. What do you tell us? What's your farm? What do you do?
So I don't work at the farm I've created, I've co-founded 20 years ago, because now I'm trying to help newcomers in the field of agriculture to set their own farms. And I'm starting a new project right now, which is helping the transition of a huge for me, farm. The farm I'm helping is 200 hectares, and my farm used to be 20 hectares, see the difference. And this farm is, let's say, a conventional farm, 200 hectares of cereals, mainly. And the guy is all by himself on his tractor. And usually that's the picture, you know, large farms, a man, and I emphasize on the fact that it is a man, on its own, on its tractor. And this man has inherited the farm from the family. But since he took over 10 years ago, he's asking himself questions. I mean, he's really questioning the model, he's really questioning the way he farms. And his father was diagnosed something like 3 years ago with leukemia. And the leukemia has been directly related by the doctors to the chemical he's been spraying for years. So can you imagine the impact on this guy about this load he's carrying? So he's asked me if I could help transition the farm from conventional to agroecological and cooperative. So he's heading to two types of transition. One technical transition, which is a lot already. At the moment, he's a no-till guy, so he's already has a large part of the farm which is in no-till with cover crops, but nothing to do with real agroecology, if I may say. And on top of it, he would like newcomers to come into the farm and start one to grow vegetable, the other one fruits, another one to start a poultry with eggs, another one meat, whatever it is, another one cheese, and so on. So we have to transition the system twice, if I may say so, technically and in terms of governance and the model. So to me, it really is innovation, because in farming, you can innovate when it comes to the way you work, because a lot of people think about innovation in terms of technology, robotics, and so on. But innovation can also be elsewhere. And understanding the soil, to me, is a huge part of innovation, because it gathers together the institutions, the scientists and researchers, most of you are here today, and us, the farmer, because we don't have this specific knowledge about soil. We understand the soil the way we see it on a daily basis, but I mean, I've never been that good at farming up until the point I knew from researchers what a real soil was.
Yeah. So if you do this and this, you get that. And just as an aside, the farmer that you're working with at the moment, and you're talking about that sort of transitional journey, that's a huge emotional transition as well. Yeah. Thank you. So that's just a bit of a brief overview of where you come from. We'll talk more about your challenges and what you really, you know, what you feel you want to do as an ambassador in a moment. But we have a third ambassador as well, Julie, who sadly can't be with us today, but she has sent us a video so we can hear just a little bit more about her and what she wants to do. So let's take a look.
And I believe we're moving in the right direction. So thank you for listening.
That might have been the end. I have a feeling that she sent us a bit more than that. Unless, of course, she was like, no, forget this. I want to go back to the field. So I'm going to wait for a thumbs up from the back to find out if we can just re-cue that.
Hi, everyone. My name is Julie, and I'm the co-founder and chief operating officer at Agreena. We're a company that's born out of the belief that the world's most powerful climate solution is our soils. It's right under our feet. And at Agreena, we work at the intersection of agriculture, technology, and finance. So really, we've developed a business model that financially supports our farmers in their transition to regenerative practices. So really enabling agriculture to be part of the climate solution rather than the issue itself. So we started with a a simple but very ambitious idea that if we can measure and verify and value soil carbon, then we can create a new income stream for farmers. One that will be rewarding sustainable management rather than extractive production. And today we're operating across more than 20 European countries. We're partnering with thousands of farmers working on millions and millions of hectares. And our platform measures the impact of the regenerative farming practices. So things like reduced tillage, cover cropping, and diversified rotations. It then translates that into high quality soil carbon certificates that we sell to climate-focused corporates. So this means that corporates that are seeking to offset or compensate for emissions, they really can channel their private capital directly to the people managing the land. So in essence, we're trying to, as Agrina, we're working to help farmers transition and companies to contribute. So really bridging two worlds here that need to work together if we're serious about scaling soil health. And the big question I've gotten today is how can business models for soil health then be scaled up? And I think the short answer, based on what we've experienced, really is that we already know, at least know enough on what works at the field level. What's missing is political clarity and consistency and capital. So first off, there's political and regulatory clarity, right? So today, farmers and investors are navigating a patchwork of national rules and emerging standards and evolving definitions of what counts as carbon farming. But soil health and regenerative agriculture don't stop at national borders. So neither should really the frameworks that enable them. And yet so we've seen how big political agreements have stalled real-world action. So Article 6 of the Paris Agreement or the EU's CRCF framework, both meant to unlock international and high-integrity carbon markets, and I'm sure it will, but years of negotiation and uncertainty really have stalled or delayed great initiatives that could be delivering climate impact on the ground today. And could have done for years already. So I think we need to, perfect shouldn't be in the way of good here. We need to get more clarity so that we can start moving, of course with the flexibility of improving all along. Because if we want scale, then we need cross-border alignment on methodologies, verification and recognition, so that a ton of CO2 sequestered in Denmark is valued the same way as in France or Poland, or at least find a way of translating the two. And then secondly, it's around capital, and really capital must flow from beyond agriculture as well. Farmers cannot and should not carry the financial burden of transitioning alone. So if soil is to be a long-term carbon sink, which ideally, yes, then the funding need to come from, as well as inside the value chain, also from outside the value chain, from corporates, from investors, from financial institutions who have both the responsibility but also the resources to invest in nature-based solutions. We need to simply move beyond subsidies and get into a self-sustaining market mechanism where ecosystem services are recognized as investable assets as we'd like to see them as. And I'm saying this because we've seen this model working. We've built one of the largest international soil carbon programs in Europe, and every time we expand into a new market, we see how vital regulatory and predictability and also private sector demand are to scale. Where frameworks are aligned and where farmers gain confidence to adopt new practices, their corporates can gain confidence to invest, and then the whole system accelerates. And we believe that soil health can and should be really the foundation of a new green economy, one that ties climate action to rural prosperity. But scaling soil health isn't just about agronomy. I think that's my main message here. It's about policy, finance and trust, because agronomy we're a lot out here who can push for that. I think you'll find them all around the event today. And if governments can create a clear cross-border framework, and if capital flows from beyond agriculture, then we can make soil the world's most scalable climate technology. And at Greener, we're making moves to at least prove that on a European level now, and hopefully soon across the Atlantic as well. So it's happening right now, and I believe we're moving in the right direction. So thank you for listening.
Julie, thank you very much. Thank you. One of our soil ambassadors outlining what she is clearly very passionate about. And that's where we are today, isn't it? We've got to get those models, the green economy that she's talking about. And I can see you next to me nodding away at that.
Yeah, we need to scale up because what I found out is both in France and elsewhere, all the models and initiatives I've seen and I've encountered, most of the time the people feel lonely. I mean, there's no, let's say, superior force that gathers all those initiatives together. And we all feel like we are very lonely wherever we are. And we are trying to fight with, well, I guess the same for you, with the means that we have, which most of the time are very poor and very low. And how do we make sure that maybe at the regional scale, we manage to get together not only farmers, but also, as was mentioned before, investors, scientists, researchers, all people from the academical background and so on, because we need, and that was said in the previous session, we need a common language. We need to understand each other and to build bridges between those different ecosystems.
You've summed it up beautifully. The bridges need to be built between different ecosystems and then everyone thrives. Well, at least that's the idea. Do you agree, Anna?
Yeah, I think that in Eastern countries that's the same thing. But I would like to say that I really like the new word, which is farm-centric, and I think that we should really focus our projects, you know, like to more oriented to farmers, because what is the great challenge for us, for example, when we try to recruit people, farmers, for projects, that because I don't think now that this is the question only of money, or money is the key problem. We run a big survey through our Facebook group, so 60,000 people, we received responses, and the three main problems that were mentioned by farmers, the first one was the lack of advisor 15 kilometers from my house. The second one was the lack of lighthouse demo farm, which would be accessible not further than 50 kilometers from my farm. And the third one was money. The clear financial system that can support me in the transition. Loneliness was one of the big issues, and also trust, because there are so many opportunities to get into the project. Some farmers give us the contracts to read them because they are not lawyers. They do not have lawyers. You know, like it's expensive to analyze all those opportunities that come to them, and to appreciate which one should I attend, which one is good for me and for my family, because often I think we forget that it is the only one way to earn money for, you know, like for the family, for the whole family. Very often farmers' wives do not work; they work at the farm. So it is a huge risk that they are constantly running.
It's the whole family finances, isn't it?
Yeah, sure. And I think this question of trust, it's not that naive, because when we want to recruit someone, we need to get trust. And farmers' trust, it's something that is, once you get it, you got it. But once you lose it, it's really so hard to get. So we have to be very careful what we are promising, and if we are really able to keep this promise up to the end, you know. So this is what I think we discuss not so often. And this loneliness of the farmer, the lack of peers, and this feeling of being someone weird in the community, small communities, that's something that they are facing every single day.
So if I was to ask you, just very briefly, your time as an ambassador, what you would most like to accomplish, you know, when you look back on it and go, okay, I was a mission soil ambassador, this is what I did, this is something I can be really proud of, what would it be?
2 big educational programs in local language. We spoke with Perrine and Julie about it, that there are a lot of knowledge, but it's mainly in English and sometimes in other languages, but not in local languages. And Polish, French farmers, they do not speak English at this level. You know, we can, of course, use the tools, but it won't be also that those programs won't be based in the reality of the country.
Sure,
so it's extremely important having the very qualified advisors also speaking in local languages, having trust once again. If I have to put, you know, on a scale, the whole business that I'm running, sometimes from generations, I need to be really safe. And that is the safety. So 2 programs, 1 program, online program for farmers, just introducing them to the regenerative farming concept and practices, done with scientists, 12 episodes in a dialogue form, quite interesting, and almost 1,000 people took those classes. It was for free. And the second, also for free for advisors, 12 people educated with FIBL and many specialists from entire Europe, specializing in specific areas, because we need people that are extremely practical. Farmers do not really support people that are coming to the farm and telling things that are completely disconnected from their reality. So they have to be practitioners. So we made it, and I think the work on common awareness, because that's extremely important. We work also with business, and we bring this knowledge. For example, this connection that was mentioned here by someone between healthcare system and soil health, the One Health concept. So we are actually quite active at those both fields, farms, and very practical trainings and advisory services, and on the other hand, business that can bring money, and but needs to be aware, and
need to be in a local language. You talked about a common language, but that very literally is, you know, what Anna is saying. So just very briefly, Perrine, at the end, you know, of your, not at the end, but, you know, what would you want to accomplish as an ambassador? What would make you feel very proud about it?
Well, funny enough, when I first honored to be named a Mission Solar Ambassador, I thought about my role not so much towards farmers, but again, as a bridge between different communities. If the farmers feel lonely, it is because the normal society, the other part of the society, is not really aware of what they're doing on a daily basis and what their life is made of. And I would like to be that bridge and to let the people from the society understand what a soil is, why is it so important for farmers to emphasize on soil life and to take into consideration soil life, but it's also true for the other people, you know. And if we educate the children from the low level in school or kindergarten or whatever, that soil has an importance. Soil is as important for life than the air, than the water, and so on. So if we teach them from the early ages, then we might bring more awareness. So soil, to me, shall be at the middle of everybody's concern. You know, usually when I help young farmers to set their own farms, I say they have to focus on 5 items, and it is kind of a joke, but you will understand soon. I said, first you have to focus on water, second, water, third, water, 4, water, and 5, energy, not even soil, because I know that you can somehow repair and rebuild some soil. I've been spending 20 years building soil almost in a place where I hardly had any topsoil. So I know you can fix it, but you have to start doing it, you know? You have to start doing things. So I I foresaw my role rather at this one. Maybe I got it wrong, but maybe also because I do many other things about that. But yeah, I hope I'm going to be able to talk about soil when I go to dinner with friends or so on. And it's going to be, well, common.
Kind of the lighter narrative, because I think that we used to talk about problems, lack of finances, possible loss of yields, etc. But we do not speak enough about building community, having really human-to-human relationships.
Such a good point.
Yeah, and finally, making economies, financial economies, once you really get into the practice and you see the results. The average yields that we can observe and measure in the farms that we help currently, it's the higher average of the yields of the convention in the region. So it's after 1 to 3 years of the transition with less costs. So it's really something that convinces people.
You're clearly 2 phenomenal ambassadors, and along with Julie, 3 new phenomenal ambassadors. And if you can go to a dinner party and start a conversation on soil health, then I think absolutely hats off to you.
And microbes.
And microbes. Yeah, not before the starter, okay? Delegates, please welcome properly and thank our 3 new soil ambassadors. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. Now, of course, ambassadors are just one of the ways that we spread the word of Mission Soil. The other one is, of course, the Mission Soil Manifesto. Now, who has still got their bag with them? Yes? Yes? Brilliant. I did notice, actually, a lot of people having this bag very full of leaflets and things, which is brilliant. Who delved into their bag and found this? Yay, fabulous. Right, so everybody, and if you haven't got one, come and find me and I'll make sure you get one. Everybody has got their Mission Soil Manifesto pencil. This is a call to action for you. If you have not yet signed the manifesto, use your pencil and sign it. If you have already signed the manifesto, then what you need to do is pass this pencil on to someone else to get them to sign it. And when it has signed the manifesto a number of times, what you can do then is plant it. And every pencil has got seeds within it. It's a fabulous thing, this. And have you noticed what seeds you've got? This is daisies. They've all been particularly picked to be very popular with pollinators. So I've got daisies. I don't know what you've got, but there are different types that everyone has got. So enjoy signing the manifesto with your pencil. Someone down there has just realized that they've got seeds in their pencil. Fabulous. Sign it, pass it on, and then plant your pencil at the end. So many people have signed the manifesto. 3,500 signatories, including 700 organizations across 90 countries worldwide. One of the signatories, as I'm sure you know, is EIT Food. And we are really pleased to have them with us today, not only to talk about their passion for healthy soils, but also about what they want to do next and the next stage in their journey. So please welcome the Senior Partnership Manager at EIT Food, Alicia Abendroth. Alicia. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. As you can see, there's a mismatch. There was a picture of Louise, my colleague, just a second ago, and I'm actually stepping in for her today because she couldn't be here, unfortunately, due to a family emergency. So please give me a bit of grace as I walk through her slides with you today. Okay, next slide, please. So building on the momentum that was just made in the room about the manifesto, we at EIT Food are extremely excited to announce that we're launching a Resilient Agriculture Academy. So this is really to look at those kind of skills gaps that we're seeing in the space and closing that gap collectively to really boost this impact that we want to see toward resilient and climate-ready farming. Thank you. And why now? So I think to all of you in the room, this isn't a surprise, right? Why do we need to create things like academies and different initiatives, right? I think you're all kind of sold on this, but it's important to highlight, right, that we have an aging farmer population here in Europe. And we spoke about this a lot in the breakout earlier. You know, the big question is who will farm the fields or our land in the future, and how will we really feed ourselves in Europe long term? And so we're really taking this pressure, let's say, and using it as our momentum to start solving this. And we believe education and skills gaps and really bringing that knowledge to farmers and the youth ultimately is a really great first step in generating the farmers of tomorrow. Next slide, please. And maybe, do I have a clicker up here so I can do this myself? Ah, I do, okay. Thank you. So what the Academy offers, so really it's 3 core pillars here. One is the boosting impact, so that's really building on what we already do on the ground. So we have worked in living labs context, our Regen Ag Innovation portfolio, right? So helping that kind of on the ground education and impact. We also have our capacity and skills building. So at EIT Food, we've had a plethora of different education courses already running for farmers, but our ambition is to really build this out further, creating modular and accredited trainings that really can work toward policy and stakeholders, but also that industry workforce and the farmers. But all of this is kind of enabled by that third piece, the brown shaded puzzle piece there, which is about dynamic learning. And what we really mean with that is to look at building the market intelligence from the industry, but also the wider sector, so this community in the room, and building kind of what is needed around your needs and where we can see the gaps needing to be closed. And so what we want to achieve, and I think there's some really staggering numbers here on the board, but is that we aim to have 100,000 learners in the next 5 to 7 years. And by learners, we mean not just you know, your average kind of young student, but we really are looking at farmers, agronomists, so where we see the impact needing to happen to achieve resilience in Europe. And we have a couple of stats here too, so you'll see things like startups generated, technologies generated. So part of what we do here at EIT Food is kind of bringing the awareness, right, so early on in the journey with young learners, but then also fostering those learners into building things like startups, technologies, et cetera, right? So we see that as a big part of the success story. And one thing we just like to say, since there's a big network and policy in the room here today, is that our ambition is really to bridge the gap between what's happening on the ground, so that kind of European or even member state level or even regional level, and what needs to be happening at that kind of pan-European policy level as well. And we're going to be looking at things like mission soil cap, right, but then back to things like our portfolio to really bridge those two. And we actually, like I've mentioned now throughout the presentation, we're building on a lot of existing traction. So I actually lead our Think and Do tank on resilient agriculture, and we have 32 strategic partners currently involved there, all across the kind of knowledge triangle, so from university through to industry, through to NGO. They're extremely active and really willing to put more emphasis into this resilient transition. We also already have an established network of over 20,000 farmers across 17 countries, which are going through some sort of training or educational program at EIT Food. And I'll be happy to have a follow-on discussion on what some of those programs are, but we're really proud of that number. But we're also looking to build on existing links like the Soil Innovation Partnership, the Pact for Skills in Agri-Food, and also, and this is a great one you guys can Google, it's our Future Farm Lab, which is a bit of like a digital twin. We've seen actually great adoption there at the farm level as well. So we have lots of proof points also with our landscapes, et cetera, that we see as really enabling the platform for this academy to thrive. And what I'd like to say, and I am a partnership in the partnership team at EIT Food, is this public-private piece as well. We see the academy as a vessel to really bring that together to unlock these skills gaps. All right, so our call to action, and we really would like your engagement in this, is really threefold. So on the one side, Please be part of aligning our framework. So, you know, if you're in academia, et cetera, we're really open to conversations around how you can help shape some of the curriculum that we want to put forward. We also open the door to you to come and back our regional cohorts, so really the work we're doing more at that on-the-ground level, and be part of really what needs to happen with the farmers. And then thirdly, co-fund the adoption. So this is something that we are co-financing, co-funding through different kind of blended pools or different funders. So if you're also interested or have ideas on how to activate this further, please do reach out. And with that, I'd like to thank you. You see my email address, and also our Director of Education's here, Martin, who couldn't be with us today as well. He is a perfect person to go explore these opportunities with further as well. So with that, thank you, and I look forward to hearing from you.
Licia, thank you so much. Thank you. So, delegates, we are going to end our first day with a little bit of a celebration. And I tell you what, this is where you really start to see, well, the real difference, the projects, the excitement on the ground, and just how much is happening. Because we're going to end with a celebration and an acknowledgement of just some of our living labs, the flagship tool within EU Mission Soil, of course. What we thought we would do is get a couple of people on stage and then actually start to name some of the more recent living labs, and some from a year ago as well. So you're going to hear about some brilliant projects now. But first of all, if I could invite on stage the Deputy Mission Manager and the Head of Unit for the Bioeconomy and Food Systems in DG Research and Innovation, Peter Wareham. Would you like to come and join us? Thank you, Peter. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thanks, Peter. Do you want to, and then I can send people your way. And also joining us back on stage, Diego, would you like to come and join us as well? Thank you very much. Thanks again. Thank you. Okay, gentlemen, we're about to meet some of our living labs. What we're going to do is start by celebrating the new living labs. So I'm going to invite people from these projects to come and join us. First of all, we're going to start with Project Groundwork. Now, this has regenerative living labs to improve soil ecosystem functions by adapting agricultural land use with livestock integration. This one actually brings together 5 living labs in Portugal, Germany, Sweden, Belgium, and Serbia. And representing them all today is Maria Anastasi. Maria. Superb. This is a trial of how it works. I like that. Superb. Thank you. Lovely. Maria, would you like to come and wait just down by the sage for me? Thank you. Don't go anywhere. Our next one is Project Nemesis, with the Soil Health Living Lab Network for combating desertification in the Mediterranean. This encompasses 5 living labs. They have a living lab in Cyprus, represented today by Ioannis Voveras. Ioannis, come and join us. Also a living lab in France, represented by Pietro Lovazzo. A living lab in Italy, represented by Marzia Gabriel. And a cross-border living lab in Tunisia and Algeria, represented by Zampella Pitaki. Come and join us on stage. Well done. Many congratulations. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Fabulous. And I'm going to get a group shot of you, if you could all look there for me. Lovely, thank you. Can I get you to come in just a little bit so we can have a group shot? Fabulous, thank you. Lovely, thank you very much, thank you. Well done, Project Nemesis. And I'll ask you to stay down here if I may. Thank you. Our next one is Project Trail for Soil. Now, they have a transformative living lab for soil health. They're also working on advancing regenerative and conservation agriculture across Europe. They are setting up 5 living labs. Today, represented by Gottlieb Basch. Gottlieb, would you like to come and join us? Thank you. Wonderful. Well done. Brilliant. Lovely. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. Well done. Thank you. Project 4. Now, this project is Your Soil, working on innovative solutions for sustainable urban soil restoration through 5 living labs. A Greek soil health living lab represented by Katerina Beni. Swedish living lab represented by Ferratesh Porazari. Italian living lab represented by Federico Riva. Luxembourgish, represented by Nagish Paven, and Spanish Living Lab, represented by Daniel Gonzalez. Big group of people, many congratulations. Wonderful, thank you. And I'm going to get you all to, 2 more apparently, 2 more certificates. Lovely, thank you so much. Great, okay, well done. Many congratulations, thank you. If I could ask you to stay here for me, thank you. So what we're going to do now is recognise the projects and the living labs that have been operating for the last year. So these are the ones that have been set up just since our last time together, our last Mission Soil Week. So first of all, we have Project EcoShells. With innovative co-creation soil health living labs, they have 6 living labs. We have a representative of the Swedish Soil Health Living Lab, Tora Rayberg, and a Greek representative, Katerina Beni, to come and join us again. Thank you so much. Thank you. Many congratulations. Fabulous. And I do hope your projects are going well. Wonderful. We're now going to move on to Project Lilies for Soils. Now, this is working on fostering carbon farming practices through 5 living labs in the Mediterranean southern EU for the healthy future of European soils. So please welcome on stage representative of the Greek Carbon Farming Living Lab, Pere Skvejchansi. Sorry, I'm so sorry. That was a really bad one, wasn't it? We had to do come up. Soil Health and Regenerative Agriculture Innovation Lab, represented by Andrene Forini, and the South of France Agro Living Lab, represented by Sonia Pietosi. Thank you. Come and join us. I'm so sorry. I was like, fabulous. Well done. And we'll take a photograph as well if you could all look to the front. Thank you very much. Thank you. Lovely. Thank you. Great. Thank you. Please stay here for me. Now we move on to Project Living Soil. 5 living labs working on healthy soil to permanent crops. We have a representative of Gojek from Poland, Józef Chojnicki. Józef, come and join us. Thank you so much. Thank you. Fabulous. And if you could just stay there for a moment, and there we go, take a photograph. Thank you. Joseph, thank you very much. Many congratulations and very best of luck with your project. Thank you so much. Thank you. Now we move on to Project Gov for All. 5 living labs working on governance and business models with rural regeneration hubs for tackling soil health challenges in the Mediterranean region. We have representatives from the Greek Living Lab here, Therea Christiana Gardikoiti. From Minorca, we have Vesala Tanaskovic-Gazna. Sorry, thank you. Come and join us, thank you. Well done, thank you. And we'll just get you to look forward for me. Fabulous, thank you. Lovely, well done. Thank you so much. Thank you. And then our final project, this is Project Soil Crates. They have 4 regional living labs. And representing the French Living Lab, we have Clementine Aynad. Clementine, would you like to come and join us? And one final photograph, thank you. Now this is where it all gets fun, because I'm going to ask you all to come back on stage for one final photo. Oh yes, all of you. If you would all like to come back up for me. It will take us just a moment to arrange. I'll get out the way. Okay, if we can get everyone just a bit closer. Yeah. Fabulous. You good? Delegates, please feel free to take photographs of our amazing Living Lab representatives, all working together for improving soil health. Look at that. Big round of applause for them all. And we're all good. Thank you so much. Thank you. What a day. What a day. Gosh. Brilliant. So if you see any of them later, they're the ones you should be buying a drink for, because they've had a very tough year, no doubt, of all the different things that they've had to do. Well done. Brilliant. Peter, I will leave the floor with you to sort of have a little bit of a think about everything that you've seen.
Thank you so much. I think this was an excellent Oscar award for the Living Labs. Congratulations, and really great that we have such a lively community of Living Labs. I think you are a big asset. My name is Peter Werheim. I'm from DG Research and Innovation, Deputy Mission Manager. Congratulations to an excellent day. This was really wonderful and impressive to see how Mission Soil is really moving forward at high speed. Congratulations also again to all Living Labs. And many thanks to all participants and organizers for your inspirational contributions, including the concept of return on inspiration, but also we have heard, I think today in the plenaries, in the breakouts, really a wide range of ideas and concrete solutions that can help to advance on soil health in Europe. Action to raise awareness. We had one project on that, but also on innovative and circular business models in agriculture, urban and industrial areas, in forestry, financial mechanisms and market-based instruments, this afternoon. I think the breakout sessions were really very helpful. At the center really were the discussions about the living labs and the presentations of the first ideas coming out of the living labs. I think that was really excellent. We have heard many concrete examples coming out of your work in the living labs that are already up and running. Yeah, I can only say the Commission, we are also proud that we are not only on track in meeting the objective of setting up 100 living labs by 2030, but as we have heard, we might even surpass and go beyond this. So this is really excellent news of the day. We are on track in that respect. The insights we have heard about today, I would say, also reflect our growing understanding of soil health as a societal priority. It's complex, and therefore we really need to take along all stakeholders. We need to emphasize inclusivity, bring together many of you, the scientists, but also we have seen that in the request for the conference next year, we need to have more farmers, we need to have the land managers, we need to take them along, but also the policymakers, the citizens, to co-create viable solutions that are impactful. That's not always easy, but I think it's really essential to take the people, all stakeholders along. And in that respect, the living labs are also an opportunity to do that. They are the cornerstone of Mission Soil. Why? Because you can help us in revolutionizing also the traditional approach to research and innovation from a top-down to a bottom-up approach, which is more inclusive, which is collaborative, where we can engage with all of these stakeholders, the farmers, the land managers, and also develop locally adapted solutions together with these stakeholders in real-world settings. And I really look forward to seeing many more of the living labs being set up and thriving in the future. While setting up these living labs and the lighthouses is the main goal of Mission Soil, they are also expected to deliver to a higher objective, to lead the transition to healthier soils, and that we can see a significant increase in the share of currently 30% to 40% healthy soils. So in that respect, the living labs are on the one hand a key instrument to co-create viable solutions and addressing the diversity of conditions and generating locally adapted solutions. But on the other hand, the living labs will also have a very important role to play in demonstrating the viable solutions, in showcasing the good solutions, and also helping us in scaling these solutions up so that really impact can be generated at scale. This is, from my point of view, even more important because we are now really moving, as we have said in the morning, into the second phase of Mission Soil. So deployment of best available soil health practices will become more essential by the end of Mission Soil. They must have generated impact on the ground, and the living labs really have a great potential to ensure that all knowledge and instruments will be used to support farmers, foresters, land managers, and those who really have their boots on the ground to apply and use best soil health practices. In that respect, I think it's really important what Diego said this morning. We need to learn from the Danes, build strong bridges that can close the gap between science and land managers, and consequently the capacity of living labs and lighthouses to reach people and those who manage our soils will really be very, very important in the second phase of Mission Soil. But clearly the living labs are also an example of social innovation, and they can help to test the acceptance of breakthrough technologies, for instance also biotech innovation that will continue to be crucial, important for sustainable agriculture and food systems. There the living labs can also play an important role. Our event today also focused in the afternoon on investments and business models for soil health, and it showed that solutions exist to support key EU objectives and to reinforce the impact of the solutions you are creating. I think it will also be important, as was indicated in the morning, to make sure that these solutions inform also the future instruments we are setting up at EU level, including the future common agriculture policy, and also the national and regional partnerships plans were mentioned. We will not succeed in the endeavor to move towards a healthier soil if each one of us is working in an isolated way. I think the living labs are proof that when all actors work together, co-create solutions, the challenges can be overcome and success can become reality. In that respect, also the support from the member states, Denmark, but also all member states and all other countries that are working with us on the European Union is really of utmost importance, because these solutions that are generated by Mission Soil need to be deployed and adopted locally. To conclude, from my point of view, the event today and the large diversity of actors here in the room and connected online are proof that Mission Soil is really in full swing. We have worked together for a number of years already. We are generating impressive amounts of knowledge, innovation, tangible solutions to improve the share of healthy soils in Europe. But as we are moving in the next phase, help us to build bridges between science and practitioners and the land managers and the people who are benefiting from healthy soils. The living labs, lighthouses will have a very important role to play. Thank you once again for your engagement, your contributions to our joint vision of Mission Soil. And with this, I guess I can pass the floor over to Diego. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Peter. Ladies and gentlemen, I have a nice speech prepared for me, but I'm going to improvise because I need to tell you two things. I think we are building a soil family, literally, a soil family. I was in Madrid, I was in Brussels, and I see the passion for soil that we all have, which is growing and growing, and I feel like the pater familias of this soil family. And when you look at the signatures of the Soil Manifesto, the ambassadors and all the things, I really want to congratulate you and keep going with this soil family. I think it's I don't know about you, but I spend my days in seminars like this one. But when they are over, I go into the next thing. But rarely I feel the passion that I see on you with soil. I think all of us are here because of the passion for soil. So my message is that one. Please keep growing this soil family. My second message is that I'm glad to be here in Denmark. We discussed whether to do it in Brussels or in Denmark, and we decided to do it in Denmark. And it's good that we abandon from time to time the Brussels bubble, and we go and talk to real people outside the Brussels bubble. And I'm glad, and to the Danish host and the Aarhus University, I think it's something that we have to continue. Now let me stick to my speech. So I want to highlight that this event, the flagship, the Mission Week, it's an inclusive place for all of us because it's where farmers speak with investors, where businesses meet science, where policymakers listen to NGOs, where citizens shape solutions, and when the staff of the European Commission listen. Because you can count the things that you say, even the critics that you make, we are there to listen. That's the Europe at its best, bringing diverse voices together to serve the common good. And the task ahead of us is demanding, yet it gives me great hope to see all of you joining forces and pooling expertise. Together we can deliver healthy soils in Europe and inspire progress beyond our borders. Following the state of play of the mission, our discussion today focused on the success factors for innovative businesses and investment models that can truly enhance soil health. We underline a key message: valuing soil health and supporting the adoption of sustainable practices is essential, not only for our environment, but also for our economy. By recognizing the full value of the ecosystem services that soils provide, we can create mechanisms that reward those who protect and restore them. Without such a value framework, we cannot secure lasting benefits, neither for today's land managers, nor for the generations that will follow. And to this end, we must actively build synergies, seize new opportunities, and bring partners together across sectors. We need innovative business models that connect actors across the value chain, unlock new revenue streams, and improve resilience. And we need investment models that mobilize both public and private capital, turning research excellence into innovation, and innovation into solutions deployed on the ground. And the mission soil demonstrates that Europe can do this. It shows that environmental ambition and economic strength go hand in hand, and what they can act together will deliver for Europe's people, its economy, and its soils. Today we have seen excellent examples spanning from agriculture and forestry to urban and industrial soils. In agricultural soils, regenerative agriculture and carbon farming are two promising pathways for farmers, solutions that balance economic success with environmental responsibility. Forestry is exploring the potential of market-based instruments like payments for the ecosystem services. And soils are also essential for urban and industrial activities. As we have seen, brownfields redevelopments hold high value for urban ecosystems and can lead to industrial circular business models. The solutions always require innovative collaborations throughout the value chain to bring down risks and create real business case for soil health restoration. We are working hard to ensure that the right policy framework is in place to support development and uptake solutions. But ultimately, these innovative collaborations rely on people, rely on you. And today we have again attested your high commitment to the soil health, represented by the network of 37 Mission Soil Ambassadors. We saw 3 of them just a couple of minutes ago. We have also seen EIT Food, a Mission Soil Manifesto signatory, launching the Resilient Agriculture Academy. It is a promising initiative which I look forward to seeing in action. And lastly, we have celebrated the growing network of living labs just a moment ago. As we speak, 45 living labs are working to test and validate practices to improve the health of our soils. Let me conclude. Dear friends, dear colleagues, the time is now. The cost of inaction is far greater than the cost of ambition. Let's build on these promising discussions and keep the dialogue going. Let's create solutions that are innovative and inclusive, that promote soil restoration and value creation. Let's do it through the soil mission, and let's do it together. Lastly, I have to regret tomorrow I cannot be with you, and I will not be participating in the discussion on tomorrow, but my colleagues will report to me what is going to happen tomorrow. So I wish you another inspiring day tomorrow and make the best time together. Finally, I want to thank explicitly the Danish Presidency and our colleagues from the Commission, RTD, GRC, REA, for their extraordinary commitment and hard work in shaping and delivering this inspiring event. Thank you, all of you, and we might see each other in 2026, very likely in Ireland. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Diego. Thank you very much. Thank you. Just a couple of other bits from me before we leave for drinks, which are just outside. First of all, tomorrow morning, we have coffee here from 8:30 because we're starting sharp at 9 o'clock. So if you're joining us online now, we'll be starting at 9 o'clock online. The feed will be going before that. So we'll be starting bang on 9 o'clock tomorrow. The other thing that I would just like to say before you all go, have you all got these? Yes, fabulous. So put your name on it. Can you bring them back tomorrow, please, so that we can obviously reuse them? And by the way, they're yours to keep. Absolutely fabulous. And apparently there's a bit of a competition at the university as to who can get theirs, a photograph of theirs in the farthest place and who sees them where. So absolutely fabulous stuff. The other thing is, just before we finish, Diego just mentioned brilliantly the fact that this feels like a family now. And at every family occasion, what happens? So someone said a big argument. That wasn't where I was going with this. At every family occasion, there's a family photo. So can I very quickly, before everyone goes, I'm just going to ask our photographers to come on stage because we thought we'd take a quick photo of you. Now, I know that there's people sitting on the edges. Can I just ask you just to move in for me? Would that be all right? That's lovely, thank you. Because we are actually full here if we all move in, and it'll look wonderful, thank you. That's great, thank you. there's a chap at the back waving, he's determined to be seen. I tell you what we'll do one of you all just seated, and then I'll get you holding up the bags or something like that in a moment. But if I can just get you all seated, that would be wonderful. And those who are online who are still watching this, well, please feel free to wave at your camera online if you want to feel part of this. That's great, thank you. So we're good with those. Okay, if you have one of the mission soil bags, God, stick it in the air for me. Yeah, something like that. As high as you can. Oh, fabulous, look at that, brilliant. Great. And then finally, if you think healthy soils are the best thing ever, both arms in the air and wave. Yay, there we go. Right, delegates, we're back here tomorrow morning at 8:30. Enjoy your drinks. Thank you so much. Thank you.